Chapter 923, Life or Death. Chapter 923, Life or Death. Creation Level Tao. The experts present expressed their admiration, but they were not surprised. They had recognized it too. An eternal realm who wanted to be a Tao master had to develop his own Tao. And the Tao that was cultivated had various levels. In the eternal world, the Tao that was cultivated had 3 levels: general level, universe level, and creation level. A higher the Tao level would result in greater strength after breaking through Tao Master. Like Bodhi-Dan, it helped the eternal realm to cultivate his own Tao in a very short time. The basic Tao cultivated was general level. The creation level Tao was more than 10 times stronger than general level Tao. Xia Meng had cultivated creation level Tao, but it was not perfect. No wonder he is the first genius in the eternal world. He had the courage to develop creation level Tao as an eternal realm. How bold and resolute! If he had cultivated general level or universe level Tao, he would have taken a long time to become a Tao master. What an exceptional genius! Many experts sang his praises. Xia Yu from Xia clan was filled with pride as he heard the others' acclamations. In the drill ground, Li Tianqiu changed into a huge deep sea within which many figures appeared. The figures struck Xia Meng with killing moves. These included the cold and domineering saber technique and a huge black mountain striking toward Xia Meng. Xia Meng stood in the middle of Black Sea and dealt with the attacks calmly and effortlessly. That's it. Xia Meng's lips curled and pressed his hand outwards. The force from this move rushed toward the huge Black Sea in front of him and cracked the void before him. This horrible power continued to pass to the Black Sea. The impact set off huge waves in the Black Sea. At the same time, the Black Sea began to shrink at an alarming rate. After a moment, the Black Sea gathered together, and the figure of Li Tianqiu appeared. Li Tianqiu's face was pale. A trace of blood hung in the corner of his mouth, and his aura was weak. No wonder you are the first eternal realm in the eternal world, Xia Meng. I thought we would have a close fight, even if I could not defeat you with my ability. It never occurred to me that I can't even make you show your full strength. Now I am utterly convinced that I have lost this fight. Li Tianqiu said with a low voice. You did well. Xia Meng made a small obeisance. People in the drill ground were all inwardly amazed at the result of the fight and Li Tianqiu's word slash. Li Tianqiu is very powerful, but he still lost the fight. Xia Meng didn't even use all his strength. The result should be acceptable to Li Tianqiu. After all, his opponent is Xia Meng. Xia Meng is so strong that no one in the eternal realms can defeat him. Chatter broke out among the audience along the perimeter of the drill ground. Li Tianqiu withdrew. Having witnessed Xia Meng's prowess, the geniuses who had been hesitant about challenging Xia Meng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were now certain that they had no way of challenging him. They would be easily defeated by Xia Meng, so there was no point in embarrassing themselves by challenging him. Xia Meng's grin widened and was filled with menace as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Xia Meng's resounding voice reverberated through the drill ground. 200 years ago, outside the Circus Island, you killed my brother Xiayan. Today, at this selection ceremony, would you dare to have a fight with his brother? Life or death? Xia Meng's voice had become extremely cold at the last few words. The drill ground was in uproar. Challenge was from Xia Meng to Jian Wushuang, instead of Jian Wushuang challenging Xia Meng. Haha, it's getting more interesting. Does Jian Wushuang dare accept the challenge? Accept the challenge? He is stupid if he accepts. This is a strength competition. It's not like the first round of wedding gifts competition. Besides, Xia Meng has declared a life or death duel. Even if Xia Meng kills Jian Wushuang in the fight, he will receive no punishment. How cruel Xia Meng is. Voices filled with horror echoed through the drill ground. The audience waited in anticipation. They wanted to know if Jian Wushuang, who had violently opposed Xiaomeng from the very beginning, won the first wedding gifts competition and crushed Xiaomeng thoroughly, dared to accept to Xiaomeng's challenge, a life-or-death duel. The top experts in the stand wore interested expressions. Elder Xiaoyu, this selection ceremony is held by Emperor Leng. I'm afraid it's not good to have a killing happen here. A master from a big clan beside Xiaoyu exclaimed. Jian Wushuang killed second master of Xia clan. How can this be so simple? I have said that no one can protect him today. As for selection ceremony, we, Xia clan, of course, won't go against Emperor Leng. If Jian Wushuang has no courage, he can just refuse the challenge. Xia clan will find another chance after the selection ceremony to kill him. Xiaoyu added coldly. Shui Lingtian, who was quietly sitting opposite Xiaoyu, smiled slightly when he heard Xiaoyu's words. Challenge my little junior brother? And a life-or-death duel? Xiaomeng is really good at digging his own grave. Shui Lingtian laughed coldly and said nothing. Idiot, Xiaomeng is really an idiot. In the same stand, Wang Yuan, who was sitting beside Alchemy Master, laughed out with no mercy. Others say he is the first eternal realm in the eternal world, and he really believes it. He has just never met our third brother. This Xiaomeng is looking for his own death. Yang Zhaixuan nodded as he stood beside him with his arms crossed over his chest. With all eyes on him, Jian Wushuang stepped forward. He lifted his sharp eyes and stared at Xiaomeng. He spoke with an icy voice. Its effect was akin to that of a furious thunderblast. You want to fight? So be it. Between you and me, it's life or death. Chapter 924. Jian Wushuang against Xiaomeng. Chapter 924. Jian Wushuang against Xiaomeng. Jian Wushuang's towering size burned with wrath following his thunderous roar. He joined the fight. He joined the fight. This is a battle of certain doom. How is it possible that he agrees to join the fight? What courage! Is that folly, or does he indeed wield strength enough to defeat his opponent? Cries and yelling drowned over the incessant chatters rising from the spectators' stand of the arena. Seeing that Jian Wushuang appeared to accept his challenge, Xiaomeng smiled maliciously. He flicked his wrist. A blood-red glove appeared out of nowhere, worn over his hand. The glove exuded an aura of intense bloodthirstiness and malice, a clear sign that it was a strong and potent emperor weapon. This appearance of the glove itself roused the fear of everyone present. Many of the spectators present noted that Xiaomeng had not used his glove when he defeated Li Tianqiu. It seems that Xiaomeng is thirsty for blood. The spectators braced themselves for a gruesome and terrible fight. Some of them even began to fear for Jian Wushuang. Xiaomeng was the greatest warrior of the eternal realm in the lands of the eternal world. Even the invincible Li Tianqiu was defeated by him without any apparent effort. It was widely believed that no other warrior of the same realm would be equal to Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng clenched tightly his gloved fists, and instantly the fabric of space of the air around it began to crack and tear. With a stare filled with hate and malice, Xiaomeng looked at Jian Wushuang. I will let you realize, Jian Wushuang, the differences between you and me. Let the fight begin. Jian Wushuang voiced rumbled as he replied coldly, his arms crossed at his front. Xiaomeng giggled wickedly and disappeared into thin air even before his laughter ended, appearing behind Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Such a speed! The audience all gasped with amazement. Such a speed indeed! Even Li Tianqiu himself could hardly hide his bewilderment. Xiaomeng had not displayed the full extent of his quickness in his battle against Li Tianqiu. What he had now shown was the agility and pace which none of the eternal realm could rival. Whoosh! A huge wave of air swept across the arena into the spectators' stands. Xia Meng appeared before Jian Wushuang, his cold and deathly eyes gleaming hungrily. Without allowing his opponent any chance to react, he struck at where Jian Wushuang stood immediately with his gloved fist. The earth-shattering stroke. Xia Meng bellowed loudly. His fist slammed forth with terrifying destructiveness that even the air trembled. The fabric of space crumbled before the tremendous force of his stroke. The aura of his blow passed through the distortion caused to the rupture in the continuum of space, growing rapidly into the size of a huge mountain, a blood-red mountain of death. The huge blood-red mound sped directly at Jian Wushuang, threatening to slam into him with a force sufficient to decimate all lives. The overwhelming power of the aura from Xia Meng's stroke tore through the air, ripping the surrounding space into shreds as it began to crackle and snap. The spectators at the stands all beheld the spectacle fearfully with their breaths held, watching blankly at what was to come. To them of the common masses, this should not even be possible with one of the eternal realm. Does Xia Meng intend to kill Jian Wushuang in one stroke? One stroke. It may be possible with so powerful and terrible a stroke. The crowd now began to mutter and whisper anxiously. But Jian Wushuang was still looking calm and collected, clearly unfazed by the tide of death rolling towards him. He could feel the pressure crashing into him, face first from the lumbering aura in the form of a blood-red mound rushing towards him. It was a strength almost impossible and yet immensely powerful for one of the eternal realm. But this was hardly anything in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. With everyone staring at him, Jian Wushuang moved. He lowered himself into a horse stance and channeled all the might he could muster into his right fist. This startled everyone who was watching him. He's not drawing his sword. He carries a long sword. He should most likely be a cultivator of swordsmanship. But why is he not drawing his sword to defend himself? What is he doing? Is he thinking of fighting against Xia Meng with only his fists? Is he mad? Or is he giving up, knowing that his end is inevitable? Clearly Xia Meng has given his all by using his magical weapon. He even used his most powerful secret technique. And yet, Jian Wushuang chose to fight against him barehanded? This is courting death. He is mad. The bystanders around Jian Wushuang all believed that he was either driven mad or he had committed a serious blunder. But in truth, Jian Wushuang was as tranquil as a still lake. A mere warrior of the eternal realm does not require me to draw my sword. Jian Wushuang screamed within himself with rage. He clenched his fist tightly, concentrating his powers, and readied himself to retaliate. In his fist, Jian Wushuang had accumulated the huge and terrifying powers produced by his methods of inverse cultivation that allowed him greater power than that of his current level, which were increased by 72-fold with the use of the 24th level of the Star River's secret skill. The methods of inverse cultivation alone had bestowed upon Jian Wushuang strength and power far beyond that of the eternal realm. Yet he had also used the Star River's secret skill to further enhance its yield by 72-fold. 72-fold. The powers he wielded were truly unfathomable. I have something I have been waiting to tell you, Xia Meng. Jian Wushuang wore a solemn expression as he looked at his opponent through the distorted anomaly between them. Ah! Standing behind the huge blood-red mound of auric energies, Xia Meng was indeed surprised by Jian Wushuang's sudden remark. You have always been widely acclaimed as the strongest warrior of the eternal realm in the domain of the eternal world. But to me, you are nothing but a mere mockery of your pitiful self. Worthless and puny. Jian Wushuang's boomed loudly across the arena. At the same time, he punched with his fists forward, unleashing the astounding force that he had held in his fist. Bang! He drove his fist forward, creating a huge spiraling corkscrew of raging winds that immediately dispelled everything in its path. With only sheer might, Jian Wushuang had shown that he required no secret techniques or any methods to defeat his foe. It was a punch that fully demonstrated his power, which was already close to that of a Tao master. With no need of drawing his sword or the use of any secret techniques, Jian Wushuang had shown to the world that he possessed the strength of a Tao master, and his single blow had fully illustrated how easily he could defeat his foe. "Down you go!" Jian Wushuang roared. Rumble! The gigantic, blood-red mound of auric energies shook and began to crumble, disintegrating instantly once it hit Jian Wushuang's fist. But his stroke was far from ending. The auric blow from his punch, after reducing the huge blood-red mound into nothingness, shot straight at Xiameng and blasted directly into his outstretched palm, which was wearing the blood-red glove. Bang! Then a loud crack like a smashing sledgehammer reached their ears of everyone around immediately, followed by the subtle, terrifying sounds of cracking bones. How is it possible? Xiameng's eyes widened with shock and disbelief as he looked at his right hand. His hand was completely mangled. The bones of his hand to his arm have all been utterly crushed by the shock of the blast, which did not stop at that. Instead, the impact was transmitted to all parts of his body. Chapter 925, Double. Chapter 925, Double. Erg. A huge mouthful of blood gushed from Xiameng's mouth, escaping like a pouring dam, like a kite with a broken string. He staggered uncontrollably for a moment and collapsed to the ground. The greatest eternal realm warrior of the eternal world, Jian Wushuang, smirked faintly as he slowly withdrew his fist. But his words were hardly a lie. With the power Jian Wushuang now wielded, the title of the greatest warrior of the eternal realm was nothing but a paltry sideshow to him. Even Zidong, whom he had encountered during his second test at the Star Island, was much stronger than Xiameng. With the power of the divine realm I wield, I could have pummeled Zidong into heaps of filth during the third test of the Black Tower back then. Now that I have reached the eternal realm level, it is hardly surprising that my power has increased many folds. Jian Wushuang brooded to himself. The cacophonic dissonance of cries and screams in the arena instantly fell into a deadly silence. The tens of thousands of spectators were all dazed, their eyes wide with disbelief and their jaws dropped and speechless. Even the greatest experts who have been watching from the void were awestruck into a bewildered taciturnity. One stroke. Indeed, it was all he took. But it was not Xiameng who annihilated Jian Wushuang. Instead, it was Jian Wushuang who had so easily crippled Xiameng. Xia, Xiameng lost? A voice broke the eerie silence across the arena. It was a voice which escaped from an unknown mouth. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted into roars and jumped to its feet. Impossible. Am I dreaming? A warrior of the eternal realm defeated Xiameng, and he did that with a single stroke. Is he really only at the eternal realm level and not a Tao master? But how is it possible that a warrior of the eternal realm could defeat Xiameng with only one blow? This is inconceivable. None could easily believe what they were now seeing. The notion of Xiameng being so carelessly defeated was only too unthinkable to everyone around. The uproar was very much greater, even much greater than the moment when Jian Wushuang had produced the magic weapon pavilion. After all, his opponent was none other than the greatest warrior of the eternal realm, the indomitable Xiameng. The crowd witnessing the unbelievable spectacle would hardly be so terrified if Jian Wushuang had defeated Xiameng in a close fight. But the fact that Xiameng was utterly incapacitated with only a single blow had sent the crowd into delirious fervors of insanity. Who else but Tao masters could so easily defeat Xiameng with only one stroke in the vast domain of the eternal world? Step 7. High above atop the platform, the Lord of Circe's Island was the first to rise to his feet. His eyes gleamed brightly as his gaze was transfixed upon Jian Wushuang. Indeed, only a prodigy of immeasurable talent who had reached the fabled Step 7 could possess the strength of a Tao master despite being only an eternal realm warrior. Jian Wushuang is clearly such a prodigy. The legendary Step 7. It was said that only one had reached Step 7 many long years ago. Who would have expected that we would witness the emergence of another equally talented prodigy? This is unthinkable. An eternal realm warrior who possesses the power of a Tao master? Even the greatest warriors in the domain could hardly refrain from being surprised and amazed as they surveyed Jian Wushuang. The strength and talents that Jian Wushuang had displayed had utterly exceeded their imaginations. Your junior brother is remarkable indeed. Blood Saber. I wager the temple master would be pleased to have one of such talents if he is here. The elder with flowing white hair said. He was the other master of the Void Temple. That may be so. This junior brother of mine commands greater talents and potential that dwarfs even mine. Xue Lingtian smiled with pride. He immediately turned toward Xiaoyu, who was seated right opposite of him, and sneered. Do you have anything else to say, Xiaoyu? Humph. The battle is far from over. What are you being cheerful about? Xiaoyu retorted coldly. Ah. Xue Lingtian's eyebrows twitched suspiciously. Everyone above the stands turned immediately to Xiaoyu, watching him dubiously. It was clear that Jian Wushuang had reached Step 7, the level of strength that Xia Meng could never hope to defeat. But why was Xiaoyu not admitting being defeated when Xia Meng was already in such dire state? Was he hoping that the master Mubai of the Xia clan would die in battle here and now, in the hands of Jian Wushuang? Ha ha! As if on a cue, the answer revealed itself to the entire arena instantly. Xia Meng, who was sprawled on the ground, drenched in the blood and viscera of his mangled and gnarled arm, began to scream and laugh maniacally. Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang! Xia Meng held continuously, like a deranged and wounded beast. His voice rang through the entire arena, filled with hate and malice. Jian Wushuang looked intently at Xia Meng, his expression grim and sullen. With a face as pale as death, Xia Meng's eyes flared with rage and contempt. An icy voice reverberated from his throat, echoing in a crisp and clear tone across the arena. I have not expected that you wield such power, Jian Wushuang. Surely you have reached the legendary Step 7, unless I am very much mistaken. Ha 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 ha. Great. You are powerful indeed. You are the second to have reached the fabled Step 7 in the entire history of the eternal world. Xia Meng continued, yelling deliriously. Jian Wushuang frowned with a foreboding dread, not knowing what else was hidden in his opponent's sleeves. Everyone in the arena could only watch in silence and doubt. Why is Xiaoyu not admitting being defeated? What does he intend to do? Ha ha ha. His insane voice turned sharp and steely suddenly. Do you honestly believe that this is enough to defeat me, Jian Wushuang? Ha 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 ha. How naive. What revolting arrogance. Wait. Just wait till you see this. Xia Meng continued breaking into another fit of maniacal hysteria. No one could understand what he was trying to say. Even Jian Wushuang himself was puzzled, but he could not shake off a strange feeling of premonition. Just then, poof, a figure shot from the sky, smashing into the grounds with the suddenness, speed, and intensity of a comet falling from the sky, creating a huge crater in the middle of the dueling grounds. Slowly, the dust began to subside, revealing the identity of the figure. But everyone, including the many prominent warriors of the land who were seated upon the stands, instantly jumped with shock. The person was completely the same with Xia Meng. He was a complete double, bearing the same appearance and poise. There was only one difference between them both. The newcomer wielded an aura many times greater than the Xia Meng that Jian Wushuang had defeated, a superior aura that was at another complete level. You have done well, Jian Wushuang. Despite being at the Eternal Realm level, you have managed to defeat my doppelganger." The frosty voice came from the Xiameng who had just appeared. With a blink of an eye, the entire arena burst into another frenzy of panic and madness. A double. It was a doppelganger. It was merely a double that Jian Wushuang defeated. But his double could defeat Li Tianqiu with ease. His true power would surely be invincible. The gazes and stares of the spectators in the arena froze instantly upon the true Xiameng. All of them shared an uneasy shudder, for it was clear that Xiameng's aura was many times greater than that of his doppelganger, an aura which was clearly of the level of Dao Master. Chapter 926. The Battle of the Dao Masters. Chapter 926. The Battle of the Dao Masters. Dao Master. Xiameng is now a Dao Master. How long has it been since he started cultivating? Surprised, everyone on the drill ground began discussing Xiameng. The top experts in the audience wore very colorful expressions after detecting Xiameng's aura. How could he be a Dao Master? I heard that he's only been cultivating for thousands of years, but he's become a Dao Master in such a short time. I think he's the youngest Dao Master in the history of the eternal world. His doppelganger had deceived us all by only revealing part of his Dao earlier. Now that he has become a Daoist, he must have opened up a complete Dao at the creation level. Even if he's new to the rank, he's probably at the top of rank 1 with a Dao at the creation level. The experts looked at Xiameng with respect. Xiameng had previously shown great potential, but to them, he had been just an insignificant youngster. However, Xiameng was now a Dao Master who had opened up a Dao at the creation level. This was enough for the experts to regard him as their equal. There were 3 ranks for a Dao Master. Xiameng had demonstrated the battle strength of someone at the top of rank 1. "Elder Xiaoyu, you have a great expert in your clan," the expert said. "He has become a Dao Master at such a young age with a Dao at the creation level. He'll go on to achieve even greater things in the future." Xiaoyu wore a smug look as the experts in the audience sang praises about Xiameng. The old dog. No wonder he's so confident in this battle. It turned out that it was Xiameng's doppelganger earlier, while the real thing has long become a Dao Master. Shui Lingtian clenched his hands, his face turning gloomy. Xiameng stood in the center of the drill ground. He had recalled his doppelganger, and there was powerful aura from his original body. He looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was now reassessing Xiameng as an opponent. He would have nothing to fear if Xiameng was only in the eternal realm, but things were different now that the latter had become a Dao Master. After all, there was a huge difference between an eternal realm expert and a Dao Master. "Be careful, Jian Wushuang. Xiameng has opened up a Dao at the creation level and became a top rank 1 Dao Master." Gu Qing's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind, warning him. Maybe I shouldn't have looked down on him before. Well, no. This makes things more interesting, Jian Wushuang said, licking his lips as he felt his bloodline power surge. Boom! His bloodline power exploded, and his body immediately turned golden. 2 quadrangular stars appeared on his chest. 2-star, gold-armored, ancient god. However, unlike before, his body did not grow too much. He was only about 2 meters high after making his transformation. It was because Jian Wushuang was able to control the size of his body after turning into the 2-star ancient god. "I'd like to see how powerful you are as a Dao Master," Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang, the gold-armored ancient god, looked at Xiameng with a pair of dark golden eyes. The desire to battle rose from his body. "You'll find out soon," Xiameng replied. Following these words, Xiameng flew high up in the void. Then he brought his palm, covered in a blood-colored glove, down to the spot where Jian Wushuang was standing in with force. The slam turned into a bloody mountain, skyrocketing dozens of times more powerfully than before. Jian Wushuang was no longer where he was by the time the bloody mountain descended. Boom! The bloody mountain crashed onto the ground, causing the entire drill ground to shake violently. Then, the center of the ground caved in to form a massive, hand-shaped pit. The pit was several miles wide and more than 10 feet deep. Countless gravel was sent flying. Every blade of grass in the area withered. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared next to Xiameng in a strange and unpredictable manner. The scarlet sword appeared in his hand at the same time, emitting a horrible killing intent. It was his blood mountain sword. His sword had become all that more powerful after he entered the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang swiped Xiameng with a sword in a casual manner, and a scarlet thunderbolt burst forth from the tip of the sword, carrying a potent destructive aura. The scarlet thunderbolt was none other than the divine Yin Thunder that he had cultivated on the Star Island. Hum! The sword light smashed through the void, destroying everything in its path. Xiameng sneered and hoisted himself higher up into the void with a slight movement. The sword light swept past his feet. The sword light ended up sweeping the perimeter of the drill ground after missing its target. The countless spectators that stood on the fringe of the drill ground panicked when they saw the sword light charging at them. The general of the royal guards, who was in charge of maintaining order in the assembly, intervened just then. The general, a genuine Dao master, rushed toward the edge of the drill ground as quick as lightning. As he raised his right hand and made a fist, a giant demonic ape phantom appeared behind him. He threw a punch, causing an explosion in the air. Crash! The sword light collided with the fist, sending horrible waves and air currents flying in all directions. What? The general of the royal guards was surprised. He was stunned that his punch had merely blocked the sword light, not entirely shattering it. The horrible air currents formed a huge storm that swept over the spectators on the rear. There were more than 100,000 of them, who stood close to the battlefield, and they were all hurt by the storm that carried a small amount of sword essence. It took a moment for the storm to be settled. The scene stunned the crowd. The horrible palm attack had destroyed everything within a few miles of its force. The sword light had formed a storm and knocked down more than 100,000 people, and after the general of the royal guards intercepted it to boot. What kind of absurd strength was this? It's a battle between Dao masters. A sudden uproar swept everyone on the drill ground. Chapter 927. You're still a joke as a Dao master. Chapter 927. You're still a joke as a Dao master. The experts in the audience did not expect this battle to evolve into such a situation. The original contest between the two groups in the Eternal Realm had now turned into a battle between Dao masters. Emperor Lung, who sat in the heart of the audience, threw a lavender, luminous pearl into the air. The pearl cracked and subsequently formed an enormous layer of restriction that enveloped a large area of the drill ground. Only Jian Wushuang and Xiameng were enveloped in the restriction area. Now you can fight as hard as you can, Emperor Lung said. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want that to hurt the audience again. With Emperor Lung's layer of restriction, he could use his skills without having to worry about the audience. Jian Wushuang, Xiameng called out in his cold voice. Jian Wushuang looked over at him, and their eyes met. In the next second, they both disappeared. Bang! No one in the audience saw where Jian Wushuang or Xiameng had gone. Following the loud roar, they saw a huge sword scar in the center of the drill ground. It was almost 10 meters wide. Before the audience could react, another explosion went off in the void and formed a huge black hole. The residual power was swept around like a tornado. Everything happened too swiftly. Jian Wushuang and Xiameng moved so quickly that the audience in the drill ground could not see what was happening. They could only hear the violent explosions in the void and see the cracks on the ground. Only the experts in the audience got a clear look at the battle, and what they saw amazed them. They saw Xiameng sending palm strokes flying in the void without an end, creating a formidable force. Sometimes it resembled the eruption of a volcano, and other times, like the surge of the magnificent sea or the descent of a meteorite that threatened to destroy the world. Xiameng unleashed his creation-level Tao at its full strength. This was the real battle strength of a top-rank one Tao master. However, Xiameng's strength surprisingly did not seem to work on Jian Wushuang. In fact, Xiameng had no advantage at all. The top experts in the audience could see that Jian Wushuang was executing his swordsmanship at full strength too. Each of his movement was unprecedentedly fast. Moreover, his sword contained the destruction aura of the Scarlet Thunderbolt, which boosted the power and speed of his swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang had such amazing swordsmanship. Besides, he was now a gold-armored ancient god who possessed the Star River secret skill and the level 2 divine Yin Thunder. This placed Jian Wushuang in a better situation than Xiameng. Bang! There was another loud thump. Then a giant portal appeared above the battlefield. This was a black hole formed by the collision of their power. Jian Wushuang and Xiameng separated again. Xiameng roared as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Then his body was soon enveloped in a layer of bloody mist. The bloody mist gathered and condensed behind him, soon forming 5 giant beasts. These 5 beasts were strange and fierce. Not only were they tall, but their arms were thick and strong as well. Xiameng's eyes had also turned scarlet. That's 5-fingered palm. He has such a secret skill. The top experts in the stand were surprised to see the fierce beasts behind Xiameng. The 5-fingered palm was a creation of a very powerful top Tao master of the eternal world, on par with Emperor Lung and Emperor Shao a long time ago. It was a secret skill that was ranked in the top 3 of all palm skills. The power of this secret skill could not be underestimated. When Jian Wushuang saw the 5 fierce beasts, he knew that Xiameng was about to perform his unique skill. He focused his energy on his interspatial ring, sending streaks of flowing lights shooting out of it. The flowing lights were sword shadows. Sword formation condense. Jian Wushuang used his intention to command the numerous sword shadows to combine at an astonishing speed. Soon, they formed a lavender sword that was 6 meters long. This sword was also formed out of 36 magic weapons. It was the first step to lay down the 9th heaven, sword formation. Though Jian Wushuang had been displaying the first step of the 9th heaven sword formation earlier, the swords of the formation were different. The swords he had previously used in the formation were called Shui Tianluo, while the ones he was using now were the 1-meter swords. Each of them was worth 1 billion divine crystals. There were now 36 of these 1-meter sword, one of which was already much more powerful than an ordinary emperor weapon. Its wielder was none other than Jian Wushuang, who was in the eternal realm. Go! The lavender sword turned into a purple flowing light, carrying the divine Yin Thunder that rushed out so quickly that it seemed like they had never been in the void. Xiameng snorted coldly. Behind him, the 5 fierce beasts bellowed. 5-fingered palm, cloud-covering hand. The killing intent surged in Xiameng's eyes. He made a heavy slam with his right hand. His palm cut through the void without making any sound. In the next moment, a giant palm print emerged from thin air. Then, as if the palm stroke had broken many layers of the space, there was one black hole after another in the void. They all aimed straight for Jian Wushuang. Just then, numerous lavender flowing lights fell down like meteorites and crushed the center of this giant palm. Kaboom! A loud crashing noise reverberated in the air, and a large amount of power began to disperse into the surroundings. The center of the giant palm broke open, leading to its collapse. The lavender flowing lights also rebounded from the crash and flew out toward the rear. Is this all you've got, Xiameng? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Xiameng looked up at him. I'll repeat what I've previously said if this is the extent of your strength. Jian Wushuang's Words reverberated through the entire drill ground. You were a joke to me back when you were in the eternal realm. Even now, as a Tao master, you're still a joke. Second sword formation, condense. Chapter 928, Number 1 of the Eternal World. Chapter 928, Number 1 of the Eternal World. Buzz, more sword shadows flew out. An additional 36 1-meter swords joined the existing 36 swords. 72 of them formed a new lavender lightsaber in the void. This was the second sword formation of Ninth Heaven sword formation. Kill. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted with killing intent as the lavender lightsaber pierced the void. Xia Meng stood in the void with 5 huge fierce beasts standing behind him. He readied himself to make another killing move, but before he could do so, a lavender flowing light cut through the void without hindrance and directly pierced him. It was so fast. The flowing light was too fast. The second sword formation was much faster and more powerful than the first. Xia Meng had merely survived the first sword formation. However, the second sword formation was rumored to travel 10,000 miles in a second. This might be exaggerated, but it demonstrated how terrifyingly fast the second sword formation was. Xia Meng had no time to resist such a high-speed attack. Snap! The jade that Xia Meng had been always wearing shattered and produced a transparent halo that enveloped him entirely. The lavender-flowing light hit the halo with great force, piercing it. The resulting strong wind sent a violent shock through Xia Meng's body, and he was pushed backward by several steps. Though Xia Meng was in a very pathetic state, he nevertheless survived the flowing light. Xia Meng's face was as pale as a ghost. When he managed to regain his footing, he quickly retreated far into the void. Silence fell over the drill ground. Everyone was horrified to see what was happening. Xia Meng lost. He's really defeated this time. He almost got himself killed. Everyone outside of the restriction layer began fervently discussing the battle. Everyone could see that Xia Meng would not have survived Jian Wushuang's attack had the jade not cast such a strong barrier. I almost died. Xia Meng was similarly stunned and frightened. He had experienced several crises since he began cultivating, but never had he come so close to death. I would have died if not for my ancestor's jade. How is this even possible? He did not know that Jian Wushuang had a special talent. When Jian Wushuang was just a divine realm expert, he already possessed 7th-level battle strength equivalent to that of an ordinary Tao master. When he entered the Eternal Realm, there was an even more unimaginable growth in his strength. A rank 1 Tao master was nothing to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's strength in the Everlasting Realm was one that defied the natural order. His second Ninth Heaven sword formation could easily crush a rank 1 Tao master. There was a lot of exclamations coming from the audience. Did Xia Meng really lose? Xia Meng is an authentic Tao master who has opened up a Tao at the creation level. His strength is also at the top of rank 1 level. To think that an Eternal Realm expert defeated and almost killed a top Tao master. Jian Wushuang is the number 1 of the Eternal World. He's also the number 1 genius. Xia Meng is indeed a joke in front of him. The experts in the audience exclaimed with admiration. Everyone acknowledged Jian Wushuang's strength. Only Jian Wushuang deserved the title, number 1 of the Eternal World. Xia Meng's totally out of Jian Wushuang's league. Xia Yu was upset to hear all the compliments for Jian Wushuang and yelled, "You bastard! How dare you use killing moves?" "So what?" Xue Lingtian replied coldly, speaking in place of Jian Wushuang. Xia Meng was the one who challenged my junior brother first. It was also he who suggested the fight for life. We all witnessed it. It's clear who really has the killing intent. The top experts looked over at Xia Yu with a hint of mockery in their eyes. No one was a fool. It was obvious that Xia Meng was the one who wanted to kill Jian Wushuang in the first place. Since it was he who challenged Jian Wushuang's life first, it would be his own fault even if Jian Wushuang had killed him during the fight. Xia Yu blushed, momentarily speechless. Xia Meng, having escaped to the edge of the drill ground, stared at Jian Wushuang in awe. He dared not fight Jian Wushuang anymore. After all, he only had one jade. With his jade broken, nothing could save him from another of Jian Wushuang's killing move. He had lost this battle. Jian Wushuang had defeated him so quickly and thoroughly in front of so many people. His confidence in his strength was completely crushed. Now he felt only fear. "Your Highness." Xue Lingtian stood up from the audience to address Emperor Lung. "This battle is over, and it's obvious who the winner is. Your Highness, please announce the name of the Emperor's son-in-law." Everyone turned to Emperor Lung with complicated expressions. Jian Wushuang had prevailed in terms of wedding gifts and strength. He was the rightful winner according to the rules of the selection ceremony. He was rightfully Lung Wushuang's future husband. This ought to be the result of the contests. However, it was hard to say whether Emperor Lung would acknowledge this outcome. After all, everyone knew that the purpose of this selection ceremony was for the marriage alliance with the Xia clan. It was something that Emperor Lung had already promised the clan. This ceremony was just a process. The plan was to have Xia Meng excel in the selection ceremony and become the emperor's son-in-law in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. That way, Lung Wushuang would be forced to face the reality. It was beyond anyone's expectations that Jian Wushuang would come into play and even thoroughly defeat Xia Meng. This outcome was not within the plans of Emperor Lung and the Xia clan. The experts in the audience were curious about the choice Emperor Lung would make. Would she announce that Jian Wushuang would be the emperor's son-in-law in accordance with the results of the 2 contests of the selection ceremony? Or would she still choose Xia Meng without fearing the ridicule of so many people? The choice was up to her. Everybody waited for her to make her decision. Chapter 929, The Result. Chapter 929, The Result. Emperor Lung, I hope you make the right choice. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang stared at Emperor Lung as he stood on the drill ground. Mother. Lung Wushuang was also looking at Emperor Lung. I hope you can keep your promise. Your Highness, our agreement is dependent on the marriage alliance between the Xia clan and the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. The agreement between us is invalid without it. Xia Yu also stared at Emperor Lung as he secretly conveyed his message to her. Silence fell over the drill ground. Everyone waited for Emperor Lung to announce the final result. Who would be the princess husband? Would it be Jian Wushuang or Xia Meng? All eyes were on Emperor Lung, who was frowning as she sat on the throne at the center of the audience. Her expression was grave. To think that Jian Wushuang would be that skillful. Xia Meng is such a good-for-nothing to be defeated by an Eternal Realm expert. What a headache! She hesitated. Yet, she promptly made her decision. Whoosh! Emperor Lung stood up and cast the audience a cold look. Only one person will be the emperor's son-in-law of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. That is, Emperor Lung pointed to a direction. Xia Meng of the Xia clan, she said. Her voice echoed all over the drill ground. Everyone, including those on the drill ground and those seated in the audience, heard her. Everyone was surprised at this result. How can it be Xia Meng? What a joke! Does she think we're all blind? Jian Wushuang defeated Xia Meng in the 2 contests of the selection ceremony. Jian Wushuang is the winner, and he should be the princess's husband. How could it be Xia Meng? Humph! Emperor Lung is so shameless. If she has decided that Xia Meng would be the princess's husband, why bother holding this selection ceremony? She's deceiving herself. Voices that carried anger and indignation came from all directions. There were tens of millions of audiences around the drill ground, and everyone was a clear witness. They knew that Jian Wushuang was the rightful winner of the selection ceremony and could not believe that Xia Meng would be the emperor's son-in-law. The audiences could not calm down as they felt such indignance for Jian Wushuang. They could not be convinced. Many experts on the stand sighed with emotion. To think that Emperor Lung would dare to do this. She'd even sacrifice her reputation and that of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land for this marriage alliance. What's the benefit of her doing this? Is it so important to form the marriage alliance with the Xia clan? The experts were all confused. Some experts even frowned with dissatisfaction. So Emperor Lung has long decided that Xia Meng would be the princess's husband. Had I known this in advance, we wouldn't have gotten involved, Deep Sea Palace Master said angrily. Elder Deadwood also snorted. I heard that Emperor Lung would do anything to achieve her goal. I see that it's true. Both of them came from places beyond the territory of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and possessed extremely powerful strength. Therefore they dared to speak up without fearing Emperor Lung's subsequent retaliation. Some other experts were also dissatisfied with Emperor Lung's decision, but endured it after considering her title and strength. Of course, there was another one who dared to speak out. That person was Xue Lingtian. Emperor Lung, do you know what you're doing now? Xue Lingtian asked with a sullen face. There was anger in his eyes. I surely know what I'm doing now. It's not your concern. The result of the selection ceremony is up to me, and I'm entitled to choose the right person to be my daughter's husband. What does this have to do with you? Emperor Lung's voice was cold. Emperor Lung, Xue Lingtian became even angrier but had to hold his temper. After all, he had to respect Emperor Lung's strength and title. Mother, you've broken your promise, Lung Rushuang said in a faint voice. She stood up from her seat and looked at Emperor Lung. Keep quiet. You're not speaking here. Emperor Lung turned around after reprimanding her daughter and said nothing more. Lung Rushuang's disappointment gradually turned into despair. Lung Rushuang had previously harbored expectations about her mother. However, everything had now shattered. The way she looked at Emperor Lung changed. It became colder and more distant. The drill ground turned tumultuous. Shock and terror seized the crowd. Xia Meng looked at Jian Wushuang in triumph and deliberately sent the latter a secret message while laughing. Jian Wushuang, what's the use of winning the contests? So what if you have better wedding gifts and strength? In the end, I'll be the emperor's son-in-law and Lung Rushuang will finally be my woman. As for you, you're just a countryman from a remote world with a little bit of luck. Yet you wish to compete with me? How ridiculous! Who are you to compete with me? Do you see the outcome now? Haha, aren't you angry and unsatisfied? But what can you do? It's useless. Emperor Lung has long decided that I'll be her son-in-law. You're just a contemptible scoundrel. Just enjoy your moment at the selection ceremony. When it's over, my clan will kill you immediately. That's your ultimate result. Ha! Xia Meng's voice continuously came into Jian Wushuang's ears. There was a hint of arrogance, madness, and triumph in his voice. These were the words from a winner to a loser. They were like silver needles that pierced Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang kept his head down. Why? I've presented the best wedding gifts and talent. Why wouldn't she choose me? Jian Wushuang roared in his heart. He clasped his hand so hard that his fingers dug into his flesh and caused it to bleed. He gritted his teeth and trembled. I can't accept this outcome. I definitely can't accept this outcome. I won the selection ceremony, but Emperor Lung chose Xia Meng. Just because Xia Meng is from the Xia clan? Emperor Lung, you're so cruel! Jian Wushuang roared, sending sound waves echoing in the air. He then raised his head as horrible killing intent erupted from his body. Chapter 930, I'd love to. Chapter 930, I'd love to. Rumble. Jian Wushuang's killing intent skyrocketed into the sky. The rumbustious drill ground gradually calmed down. The audience, tens of thousands of them, all turned to Jian Wushuang. They were also full of anger. Nobody could endure this unfairness. They were also curious what Jian Wushuang would do next. Jian Wushuang, do you have any doubts about my decision? Emperor Leng asked coldly. She did not regret the decision that she had made. The whole eternal world might despise her for what she had done after today, but she did not care. She cared only for success. The kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land would reach new heights once her plan with the national master succeeded. When that happened, no one in the entire eternal world would dare talk about her behind her back. Doubt. Jian Wushuang scoffed at Emperor Leng's question. Who dares to question your decision, Your Highness? But the protagonist of this selection ceremony, after all, is not Your Highness, but Leng Wushuang. Emperor Leng did not expect such words from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ignored her and looked over at Leng Wushuang. Jian Wushuang! Leng Wushuang looked at him with a complicated expression. Leng Wushuang! Jian Wushuang called her name softly. Do you remember the tune you played for me in the nature residence the day we first met in the ancient world? Leng Wushuang did not answer. That tune is called the Icy Heart Melody. Jian Wushuang spoke slowly. The Icy Heart Melody is supposed to be cold, but my heart melted after hearing it. From that time on, there's a place in my heart for you. I never forgot you even after so many years have passed. In fact, I miss you more and more. Leng Wushuang, forget everything else. In the presence of so many people and so many powerful experts in the eternal world, I want to ask you, will you marry me? There were tenderness and expectation in his eyes. He waited for Leng Wushuang's answer. The drill ground was silent as everyone awaited Leng Wushuang's answer. Would she agree? Leng Wushuang opened her mouth. Shuang-er, Emperor Leng said in a warning tone as she glanced at her daughter. Unfortunately for her, Leng Wushuang had lost all affection for her the moment she announced Xia Meng as the emperor's son-in-law. She ignored her mother and continued speaking. Leng Wushuang stood on the stand, her beautiful eyes landing on Jian Wushuang. There was only Jian Wushuang in her eyes at that moment. She could not help recalling how she had met him for the first time in the ancient world. That day, when Leng Wushua had caused a strong enemy to attack Jian Wushuang, she offered to help him. She was surprised at his stubbornness when he turned her down. Later, Jian Wushuang made a desperate decision to abandon his doppelganger to survive. She appreciated his decisiveness. Jian Wushuang was not strong back then. He was just nobody in the ancient world. But he impressed her. Since then, Leng Wushuang had always been curious about him. Perhaps it was fate. Jian Wushuang possessed a special cultivation method that could neutralize the icy heart poison in her body. After that, they became involved with each other. She would never forget the time when Jian Wushuang helped her transform the icy heart poison in the ancient world. It looked like an ordinary detoxification process, but it was her first time experiencing something like that. She had never been in contact with a man due to her noble status. That was the first time that a man touched her hand and even poured his spiritual power into her body. For the first time, she was in such close contact with a man. His breath and aura were carved deeply into her mind. She had always dreamed about him. Now he was proposing to her in front of so many people. Leng Wushuang smiled. She was born indifferent, and there was almost never a smile on her face. But she was smiling now, unleashing a beauty that drew all eyes to her. Finally, she opened her mouth to speak. Her simple words that carried an unprecedented determination spread around the drill ground. I'd love to, she said the 3 words. Emperor Leng's expression instantly turned cold. Xia Yu and Xia Meng became sullen. Jian Wushuang smiled with relief. He was afraid that Lung Rushuang would reject him. If that was the case, he would leave without saying anything. Yet Lung Rushuang agreed. She was willing to marry him. I have heaven and earth as my witnesses. Jian Wushuang extended his hand to make an oath. His voice was as sonorous as thunder, echoing in the sky. Lung Rushuang is my woman from today onward. She will only marry me. I, Jian Wushuang, will marry her no matter what happens. Whoever dares to stop me has to die. Jian Wushuang's voice, containing his killing intent and resolution, echoed throughout the place. Everyone on the drill ground could feel his determination. Swoosh! His aura skyrocketed to its peak. His sword essence surged at the same time, causing his blood mountain sword to shake. Everyone was stunned. Jian Wushuang then raised his sword and pointed the tip at Emperor Lung. Emperor Lung, will you stop me? Jian Wushuang asked. There was no respect in his tone. There was only coldness. This scene stunned everyone present. How dare you? You're the first person who dares talk to me like this in so many years. You deserve to die. Emperor Lung was also furious, and killing intent flashed dangerously in her eyes. She flew swiftly in his direction. Oh no! Xue Lingtian was shocked. Many experts on the stand were also shocked. Emperor Lung. She was going to personally attack Jian Wushuang. Chapter 931. I'll break your arm. Chapter 931. I'll break your arm. Emperor Lung swooped down from the stand with her killing intent fully unleashed. The experts were all shocked to see this. Emperor Lung, the emperor of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, was going to make the attack herself. Emperor Lung. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Lung, who was aiming at him. There was no horror or fear in his eyes, only determination and resolution. He held his sword in hand. Suddenly, a token appeared in his other hand. He then crushed the token. Buzz! The destructive sword essence surged, a force capable of destroying everything in the world. The sword essence formed a barrier with an overwhelming power, blocking Emperor Lung from coming closer to Jian Wushuang. This is... Emperor Lung looked at the source of the sword essence with a frown. The top experts in the stand looked in the same direction, too. Everyone could feel this terrifying sword essence. A giant spectral image suddenly appeared behind Jian Wushuang, out of the blue. This spectral image held a sword, too. The horrible sword essence was from this spectral image. This must be the third level of sword essence left by Sunrise Sword Emperor. It's indeed powerful. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands, feeling the horrible sword essence. This sword essence came from the token that Xian Yi had given him. The token contained 3 levels of sword essence, with each level being stronger than the one before it. Jian Wushuang had used 2 levels of sword essence. This was the third and final one. If the previous 2 levels were just the casual creation of Sunrise Sword Emperor, then the third contained all of his strength. Jian Wushuang also guided the sword essence. Emperor Lung. Jian Wushuang called out, You don't deserve to be Lung Rushuang's mother. I might not be strong enough to kill you with this sword, but it's enough to break your arm. Jian Wushuang's voice was full of anger. There was killing intent in his eyes. As he moved his mind, the giant spectral image appeared behind him again. He swung his sword in an apparently casual manner. Everything seemed to be quiet and still. Emperor Lung's terror was reflected in her eyes. She felt the terrible destruction aura sweeping at her, and she struggled to get away. Chi! The sword light ruthlessly cut through her arm, severing it from her body. Her severed limb flew out. Her blood gushed out in the void. Emperor Lung was shocked. Everyone on the drill ground was equally as shocked as they watched the severed arm falling into the pit in the drill ground. Half of her body was drenched with blood as she stood in the void. Just as Jian Wushuang said, Emperor Lung lost an arm. Emperor Lung, the emperor of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, had her arm cut off in front of tens of millions of people. It was the work of an Eternal Realm expert to boot. Even if Jian Wushuang had used a special skill, it was still a feat that would shock the entire Eternal World. Jian Wushuang, I'm going to kill you! Emperor Lung screamed with anger and madness. Her beautiful face contorted into a heinous expression. Her killing intent instantly skyrocketed. Jian Wushuang, an Eternal Realm expert, had cut off her arm in front of so many people. Jian Wushuang had been a nobody to her until now. This was an absolute shame for her. Kill! Kill! Kill him! The words echoed inside her head. Emperor Lung readied herself to attack again. Humph! Her scoff resounded like a thunderstorm in a clear sky. It also sounded like a drum being beat in everyone's ears. That's enough, you lowly bitch! Out of nowhere, a giant figure in a gray coat appeared beside Jian Wushuang. This person was very handsome and had delicate and short black hair. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his dark pupils. He stood there with his hands behind him, exuding a superb temperament. His unique air impressed everyone on the drill ground and in the audience. The experts immediately recognized him. Emperor Shao. It's Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao is one of the 4 emperors. He's here. It's Emperor Shao. The exclamations reverberated in the void. People were still grappling with shock. Swoosh! 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 With the swooshing sound of the wind, 10 figures appeared behind Emperor Shao, one after another. The men were all dressed in black robes and emanated strong auras. They were obviously supreme experts at the level of Tao Masters. Among them was Di Jing, who was very familiar with Jian Wushuang. Are those men the 10 war gods under Emperor Shao? Yes. The 4 emperors in the peak period of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land had a group of loyal Tao Masters each. Emperor Shao was ranked second then, and it was well known that he had 10 war gods. Each of these war gods was a true Tao Master with incredible strength. Later on, when Emperor Shao broke off relations with Emperor Lung, a war between them broke out. Emperor Shao was defeated and his 10 war gods were either wounded or killed. It's evident now that Emperor Shao has once again collected 10 war gods over the years. Now that Emperor Shao has come here in person and even brought his 10 war gods, things are becoming even more interesting. The top experts talked with emotion. The ordinary warriors were excited. They were shocked to hear Emperor Shao call Emperor Lung a lowly bitch. Who would dare call her that? Then they recognized the 10 war gods behind Emperor Shao and became enthusiastic. It was Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao, one of the 4 emperors in the peak period of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, was as noble as Emperor Lung. He was also a little stronger. Emperor Lung had defeated him many years ago, but he was now back with his 10 war gods. Chapter 932. Emperor Shao and Emperor Lung. Chapter 932. Emperor Shao and Emperor Lung. Emperor Shao, Jian Wushuang greeted, looking at Emperor Shao. Well done, young man. Emperor Shao looked at him appreciatively. It's unfortunate that Emperor Lung still chose Xiaomeng. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang felt dejected. Emperor Shao also turned sullen. Having observed the selection ceremony, he was well aware of what Emperor Lung had done. She'd sacrifice her reputation and even that of the entire country just for the marriage alliance with the Xia clan. How could she be so disgraceful? How dare you come here, Shao? Emperor Lung cried, casting her cold gaze on Emperor Shao. Humph! Shuang'er is also my daughter. You can't decide on her marriage alone. Emperor Shao replied, You bitch! I've always known you to be a cruel person, but I never thought you'd go so far as not show any concern for our daughter. Since I'm here now, I won't let you make the decision for Schwanger. Haha, with your strength alone? Emperor Lung retorted sarcastically as she stared at Emperor Shao. You lost our battle and ran out of the kingdom Tang with your followers. For many years you dared not show your face. Yet you dare stop me today? How? With your 10 war gods? Of course not, Emperor Shao answered coldly. I wouldn't have come today if I'm not fully prepared. Just then, more than 10 figures dashed out of the void and arrived at the drill ground. There were 13 of them, each emanating strong, steadfast aura that instantly pegged them as Tao Masters. Their leader was a man dressed in purple that gave off a rather feral air. Many people on the stand recognized him at once. Bai Ming Hao. Isn't that Bai Ming Hao of the Bai Ming clan? There are also a few Tao Masters of that clan. The rest are also Tao Masters in the eternal world. Did Emperor Shao invite all of them here? Bai Ming clan was also a top clan in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and was almost as good as the Xia clan. There were also quite a few solitary Tao Masters with fairly good strength. Bai Ming clan. Emperor Lung's voice was icy cold. How audacious of you, Bai Ming Hao. Bai Ming Hao sneered, but said nothing. It looks like you're here to avenge yourself, Emperor Lung said coldly while looking over at him. But this battle formation of yours isn't good enough to defeat me. Of course, this isn't all that I have to show. Emperor Shao nodded before looking over at where the audience was seated. There, an elderly person with gray hair and a young-looking face stood up. Everyone was stunned to see who it was. Lord of Circus Island. Emperor Lung was taken aback, too. She did not care about the Bai Ming clan. They were a top clan with several Tao Masters under them, but their Tao Masters were only at rank 1 or rank 2. Bai Ming Hao was the best of them, but even he was only at the top level of rank 2. Lord of Circus Island was another story. Being the owner of Circus Island, he was undoubtedly one of the overlords of the eternal world. There were 6 Tao Masters under his patronage, and each of them was incredibly powerful. Lord of Circus Island himself was a formidable opponent. He had stayed in the level of rank 3 Tao Master for many years, and his strength was unfathomable. He ought to be evenly matched with Emperor Lung and Emperor Shao themselves. Emperor Lung had to be careful when dealing with a person with such strength. She stared at him and asked coolly, Lord of Circus Island, are you going to intervene? Emperor Lung, both you and Emperor Shao are my friends, and you were once a couple. I'm not supposed to intervene in this matter. However, what you've secretly done lately is against the will of heaven, and therefore I must intervene, Lord of Circus Island said. His words surprised the people on the drill ground. Had Emperor Lung done something that went against the will of heaven? What exactly did she do? Lord of Circus Island turned to look at the alchemy master in the audience and asked, Alchemy Master, can you watch over my daughter for me? No problem. The alchemy master smiled. Thank you. Lord of Circus Island then turned to his daughter, Lin Wan. Wanner, you've been asking me to help Jian Wushuang. Now I'll help him as you wish. Father, Lin Wan was a little surprised. Go now. Lord of Circus Island waved. Lin Wan nodded and went to take a seat next to the alchemy master. Finally, he jumped down from the stand and stood next to Emperor Shao. Very well, Lord of Circus Island. Emperor Lung laughed. She then looked around and addressed the crowd in a cold voice. Who else? Who else is also here to help Shao? Come out. Me too, said a cold voice as another figure jumped off the stand. This person had long bloody hair and wore a bloody robe. He was Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Shui Lingtian. Senior brother. Jian Wushuang looked at him. Shui Lingtian grinned. Junior brother, I said I'd definitely help you in the event of mishaps. Master Blood Saber. Emperor Lung's fury was apparent in her cold voice. You're the master of the Void Temple. Are you really going to intervene in this matter? Ha! Emperor Lung, you misunderstood me, said a gentle voice. It belonged to a white-haired elder who had been sitting next to Shui Ling Tian the whole time. He was also one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. The white-haired elder smiled. Emperor Lung, Master Bloodsaber, will act in his individual capacity today. His actions today have nothing to do with the Void Temple. In his individual capacity? That's to say, the Void Temple won't be mad at me even if I kill him today? Emperor Lung retorted coldly. Correct. The white-haired elder gave a small nod. Very well. Her voice was as cold as the snow in the coldest winter. I thought this would be just an ordinary selection ceremony, but I didn't think there'd be so many unforeseen events and so many people to help Emperor Shao. But that's fine too. Since you're all here, that saves me the time to go after you one by one. Today I'll kill you. Whoever's in Emperor Zhao's camp has to die. Heavenly Guards! Emperor Lung's scream rang through the entire imperial palace. Figures dressed in golden robes rushed out of the imperial palace and went to her at an extraordinary speed. Chapter 933. The War Breaks Out. Chapter 933. The War Breaks Out. Whoosh! 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 There were 24 golden figures who had gathered behind Emperor Lung in total. Despite their expressionless faces, their aura was strong and steadfast. They were evidently Tao Masters. They're Emperor Lung's 24 Heavenly Guards. They're said to be Emperor Lung's most elite force, and they're all genuine Tao Masters. Those on the drill ground exclaimed. Xiaoyu. Emperor Lung turned to Xiaoyu. This is all happening because of our marriage alliance. Does your clan intend to help? Fret not, Your Highness. Since we've formed a marriage alliance, we're now a family. Whoever is against you is also against our clan. Naturally, we're on your side, Xiaoyu said with a laugh. Xiaoyu then crushed a token. The crushed token caused a space wave to break out and a wormhole to appear in the void. Then numerous people filed out of the wormhole. The 9 of them, coupled with Xiaoyu, Elder He, and Xiameng, meant there were now 12 members of the Xia clan present. They stood together, emanating dangerous auras. The 12 Tao Masters of the Xia clan were all here. Emperor Shao, it's been a long time. How are you? Asked a booming voice that resembled the growl of a beast. Xia Tao. Emperor Shao frowned as he stared at the leader of the Xia clan, who was a burly man with brown hair. His name was Xia Tao. He was the master of the Xia clan as well as Xiameng's father. While he was not as strong as the ancestor of the Xia clan, he was also an overlord of the eternal world. Not even Emperor Shao would dare underestimate him. Today, Xia Tao had even brought all the other Tao Masters in his clan with him. You're here too, Lord of Circus Island. Looks like you've chosen to side with Emperor Shao. Xia Tao narrowed his eyes at Lord of Circus Island. Correct. Lord of Circus Island nodded. What a pity. Xia Tao shook his head. I had previously entertained the idea of forming a marriage alliance with you, but it wasn't fulfilled due to some mishaps. Now that we couldn't be a family and you're in Emperor Zhao's camp, I'd have to keep you here forever. Lord of Circus Island laughed. I've lived for too long anyway. I'd be happy to have you help me end it. Enough of the chat. Let's settle our affairs here today, you bitch. Emperor Shao sneered. Humph, you suffered such a terrible defeat back then, and today you'll experience the same. Emperor Lung's eyes glinted with a powerful killing intent. Go. Emperor Lung's command prompted everyone in her camp to move, including her 24 heavenly guards and the Tao Masters from the Xia clan. Take care of yourself, young man, Emperor Shao said, casting a glance at Jian Wushuang. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. He was no longer the same youngster that Emperor Shao knew in the past. He was now qualified to participate in this war today. Kill! Everyone in Emperor Zhao's camp also began moving following his command. This included the 10 war gods with Di Jing at the helm, the Baiming clan, and other Dao masters that Emperor Shao invited, such as Lord of Sursus Island and Master Bloodsaber. Jian Wushuang gripped his Blood Mountain sword firmly and felt his aura skyrocket. He swiftly readied himself to attack. The camps of Emperor Shao and Emperor Lung had more than 60 Dao masters in total. They were about to collide. Hurry and retreat. We should retreat now. Everyone on the drill ground panicked when the two camps started to attack each other. Tens of millions of people at the drill ground withdrew with unprecedented shock and madness. They were very clear that the war between so many Dao masters would cause incredible chaos and wanted nothing more than to retreat as far as possible for fear of getting involved. Even a battle between two Dao masters would spell disastrous consequences for anyone unlucky enough to be nearby. Yet, there were more than 60 experts at the level of Dao masters in the camps of Emperor Shao and Emperor. That was such a big amount. Emperor Shao, Emperor Lung, Lord of Sursus Island, and Xia Tao reigned supreme among all these experts. Nobody wanted to get involved in such a war. Even the strong experts, including Deep Sea Palace Master and Elder Deadwood, in the audience had retreated to a distant place. None of them wanted to get involved because there was no promise that they would survive it. The experts from both camps finally collided in the void. Boom! 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 There was a terrible explosion in the sky. The war had just begun, but there were already more than a dozen large black holes in the void. The smaller ones were almost 10 meters in diameter, while the bigger ones were more than 30 meters in diameter. Terrible forces were also directed onto ground. Jian Wushuang and Xiameng's battle had previously created many pits, but the entire drill ground was immediately reduced to ruins after a detonation. The drill ground continued to collapse despite having already been reduced to ruins. The spiritual powers of different colors formed spiritual storms one after another, sweeping in all directions. The entire battlefield was completely enveloped in an unprecedented storm. Those weaker than a Dao master would be killed if they touched the storm. Jian Wushuang, who lived in defiance of the natural order, was the only exception. The terrifying storm continued to expand at a frantic pace. The entire battlefield was also expanding wildly. The war broke out on the vast drill ground, but it was not large enough to accommodate the many powerful Dao masters. Before long, the battlefield covered more than half of the imperial palace. Bang! Nearly 100 buildings in one corner of the imperial palace fell apart, following a loud explosion. They collapsed into smithereens that were swept away by a gust of wind. Swish! The ground in the center of the imperial palace was ruthlessly cleaved open with a flash of blade light, and a huge knife mark was left there. The mark was over 300 meters deep and made for a terrifying sight. Chapter 934 Instant Extermination in a 1 versus 3 Battle. Chapter 934 Instant Extermination in a 1 versus 3 Battle. It's too terrifying. What inhuman feats? Are they gods? A full-fledged war with more than 60 Dao masters? How many Dao masters can there be in the entire eternal world? Innumerable figures retreated far from the imperial palace to watch the unprecedented war unfolding in the center of the palace. Though they were far away, they could still feel the terrible fluctuations coming from the battlefield. There were unprecedented astonishment and awe in their eyes. Dao Master in the eternal world was tantamount to overlords in other worlds. They all possessed frightening power that was capable of destroying everything. It was rare enough to find 2 Dao Masters battling in the eternal world, never mind a war with more than 60 of them. This was a war that could frighten heaven and move earth. Meanwhile, over on the battlefield, "Bitch, I'll kill you today," Emperor Shao said coldly, his body filled with unprecedented killing intent. "You're not qualified to do so." Emperor Lung was also filled with killing intent. Bang, 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 bang. There were dozens of impacts between the two in an instant. Suddenly, the impact pushed Emperor Lung backward. "Your strength hasn't improved even after so many years." Emperor Shao sneered. "Damn it!" Emperor Lung was sullen. "If Jian Wushuang hasn't cut off my arm, did you think you'd have an advantage over me?" It was indeed unfortunate for Emperor Lung to have her arm cut off by Jian Wushuang. Her ability to self-repair was amazing, and under ordinary circumstances, her recovery would have been almost instantaneous. However, the sword essence from Sunrise Sword Emperor contained the destruction sword principle. It was so powerful that it halted her recovery process. Thus, Emperor Lung's one arm remained missing. She was disadvantaged with only one arm left, making her an easy target for Emperor Shao. In another battle, "Xia Tao, show me how you're going to keep me here forever." Lord of Circe's Island's voice was ethereal as if it came from far away. "Humph, you'll see it right away." Following Xia Tao's snort, a huge axe appeared in his hand. He found himself standing next to Lord of Circe's Island after taking a single step. Since the beginning of the selection ceremony, Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian, had picked Xia, the great elder of the Xia clan, as his opponent. Xia Yu's strength was not as good as Xia Tao's, but he had also reached the level of rank 3 Dao Master. His strength was similar to Xue Lingtian's. They had been at odds since the fight between Jian Wushuang and Xia Meng. With the outbreak of the war, they immediately targeted each other. Both sides sent out 6 of their best Dao Masters to battle each other. The remaining Dao Masters also found their respective opponents. Jian Wushuang had been eyeing one person since the beginning of the war. It was none other than Xia Meng. Xia Meng had been hurt badly in the contest earlier, but his jade had saved his life. Jian Wushuang didn't believe that he would have another life-saving jade with him. "Go to hell." The killing intent surged from Jian Wushuang's eyes as he charged at his opponent. Jian Wushuang. Xia Meng was terrified when he saw Jian Wushuang rushing toward him. He had mocked Jian Wushuang when Emperor Lung announced him to be Lung Wushuang's husband, but he knew very well that he was much weaker than Jian Wushuang. He knew he was no match for Jian Wushuang in a one-on-one battle. The latter's sword formation would just kill him outright. Therefore he called another 2 Dao Masters next to him, saying, "Xia Qi, Elder Dong, let's kill Jian Wushuang together." Xia Qi and Elder Dong joined Xia Meng without hesitation and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. 3 Dao Masters. Jian Wushuang's expression shifted ever so slightly. "Don't worry. Xia Meng is the only one out of them who have reached the top of rank 1. The other 2 are just at the medium level of rank 1. You'll be able to fight them." Gu Qing's voice resounded inside him. Being in a lower realm, Jian Wushuang could not see the specific strength of these Dao Masters. But Gu Qing could see it. They're all rank 1 Dao Masters. Jian Wushuang felt reassured. "Then let's fight." The Blood Mountain sword appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand following a roar, carrying astonishing power. Next to him, the 9th Heaven sword formation, formed by 36 1-meter swords, let out strong power. Jian Wushuang's killing intent surged, and in a flash, he clashed with the 3 Dao Masters. Scram! Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the strong power of the Blood Mountain sword skyrocketed, boosted by the forces of the 24 levels of the secret skills, which was 72 times stronger. He swung his sword. However, before using the sword, Jian Wushuang had also sent out an unearthly energy. That energy was from the mind-controlling secret skill, one of the 3 secret skills of the ancient God clan. The mind-controlling secret skill was used to attack a person's consciousness. After Jian Wushuang reached the eternal realm and his strength skyrocketed, the power of this skill improved too. Furthermore, his consciousness was also much stronger than typical Dao masters. In addition, the divergent bloodstone had also increased the power of the skill. The attack almost hit the 3 Dao masters at the same time. They were all impacted to a certain extent. Thus, when Jian Wushuang's sword arrived, the 3 Dao masters could barely put up a resistance. Bang! 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 The 3 figures were forced backward, nearly at the same time, but just as they were retreating. Whoosh! Sharp, harsh wind-breaking sounds and fitful explosion noises filled the void. The 9th Heaven's sword formation transformed into numerous meteors that aimed for Elder Dong at an amazing speed. Elder Dong was subsequently beheaded with his eyes were still wide open, as if he could not believe what had just happened. The 3 of them, 3 Dao masters, had teamed up to fight a solo Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang ended up killed one of them with just one move. Chapter 935, The Seal was Broken. Chapter 935, The Seal was Broken. How is this possible? Xia Meng was stunned. How could Jian Wushuang kill one of them when the 3 of them had gone up against him together? Does this younger still have tricks up his sleeve? Xia Meng thought in fear. Indeed, Jian Wushuang possessed unusual skills. He was unable to use his mind-controlling secret skill in his battle with Xia Meng earlier, but in this battle against 3 Dao masters, he surprisingly unleashed the skill in combination with the 9th Heaven sword formation. It was so effective that he instantly killed one of his opponents. This was the first Dao master that Jian Wushuang killed. It was unusual for an Eternal Realm expert to kill a Dao master. However, few noticed this, as 3 Dao masters had died earlier in the battle. Master Mubai, Jian Wushuang is too powerful. We can't beat him, Xia Qi said. I know. Xia Meng was sullen. I've already asked Elder He for help. Elder He? Xia Qi was pleasantly surprised. Though both sides were evenly matched, Emperor Lung's camp outnumbered the other side. Thus, they were able to team up and confront their enemies together. The gloomy and cold elder, he had been fighting together with a heavenly guard against a war god of the other camp, not far away. He withdrew from that fight after receiving Xia Meng's request and hastily rushed over to the latter. Elder He, Xia Meng greeted. Elder, he stared fixedly at Jian Wushuang without replying to him. Kid, I know that you're the one who killed Second Master, he said. Back then, he had accompanied Xia Yin to go to Circus Island for a marriage proposal. In the end, the proposal failed and Xia Yin was even killed. When he returned to the Xia clan, he was punished for failing to protect his master. Since then, he held a grudge against Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang recognized Elder He, too. Be careful. This person ought to be rank 2 Dao Master. Gu Qing's voice resounded inside him. Rank 2 Dao Master? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk. That means he has opened up 2 Dao. There were 3 ranks for a Dao Master. 1 rank meant 1 Dao. A rank 1 Dao Master had opened up 1 Dao. A rank 2 Dao Master had opened up 2 Dao, and so on. But his Dao is just at the normal level, and he's at the lower level among rank 2 Dao Masters. You can try fighting him, Gu Qing said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded, and in next moment, dozens of flowing lights burst out of his interspatial ring. The flowing lights merged and formed the 9th Heaven sword formation that hovered in front of him. This was the second sword formation of the 9th Heaven sword formation. Kill! Jian Wushuang wielded the lavender lightsaber formed out of 72 1-meter swords and swung it at the void. With a sharp and harsh sound, the lightsaber struck Elder He like a rapidly rotating awl. The crazing, rotating awl struck Elder He's head with an incredible power at lightning speed. The attack would have killed an ordinary rank 1 Dao master before he could react. Elder, he was different. Humph! Elder, he gave his sleeve a flick, and gray mist began gushing out. The mist gathered and soon formed a gray cloud. When the all crashed into the vast and mysterious gray cloud, it was as if it hit a mass of cotton. It went through the cloud effortlessly. What a joke! With another flick of his sleeve, Elder, he sent the 9th heaven sword formation flying back at Jian Wushuang, along with the gray cloud. What kind of skill is this? Jian Wushuang was shocked. His Tao might be weak, but it's very strange. Be careful, Gu King said. Do I need you to tell me that? Jian Wushuang retorted. He then threw himself backward at a high speed. However, the gray cloud was even faster, and it soon enveloped him completely. He couldn't see anything in the cloud and was beginning to lose his consciousness too. Boom! When he heard a wind-breaking sound next to him, he hastily turned around. However, it was too late, for a vigorous palm smashed heavily onto his chest. Eft! Jian Wushuang coughed up blood as he was thrown out of the cloud at high speed. His face turned deathly pale. Over on the stand, Lung Rushuang witnessed everything happening to him. The war had been going on for quite a while, and more than half of the imperial palace was already in ruins. The experts were also engaged in heated battles, but no matter how mad the situation became, no one tried to attack Lung Rushuang. No one wanted to hurt her, and thus kept their distance from her. Therefore, she stood in place as a spectator of the battle since the beginning. Her beautiful face was pale with fright, but the most visible emotion she was expressing was anger. Yes, it was anger. Her anger was ignited when she saw Elder, he severely injuring Jian Wushuang. Why? Mother, why? She whispered. Her voice was so low that only she could hear it. The rest were naturally oblivious, as focused on the battle as they were. For all my life, I've never once disobeyed your words or went against your wishes. When Father broke things off with you and subsequently suffered defeat in your hands, I still stayed with you despite knowing it was your fault. So why would you treat me this way? I love Jian Wushuang. I want to marry him. Why would you stop me? Why? Lung Rushuang bellowed, her voice sending tremors through the world. There were unprecedented anger and madness in her eyes. There had been a heavy seal placed on her a long time ago to seal the icy heart poison inside her body. It was also meant to seal something more terrifying and inconceivable inside her. Now, alongside the crazed look in her eyes, the seal was unexpectedly broken. Chapter 936, Primordial Great Sin. Chapter 936, Primordial Great Sin. The fierce battle between the remaining Tao masters of the two camps continued. The battlefield was divided into 3 sections: Emperor Lung against Emperor Shao, Lord of Circus Island against Xia Tao, and Shui Lingtian against Xia Yu. Emperor Lung was a little weaker than Emperor Shao, but she was still persevering. Lord of Circus Island was evenly matched with Xia Tao. The only confrontation where one opponent was clearly superior was the one between Shui Lingtian and Xia Yu. How could this be? How could Master Blood Saber be so powerful? Both shocked and horrified, Xia Yu could barely keep fighting on. He appeared to be in a very pathetic state. Shui Lingtian's strength was far beyond his expectations. He became a rank 3 expert after opening 3 Dao, and his Dao was fairly strong. Even so, Shui Lingtian completely crushed him to the point where he could barely put up a fight. Shui Lingtian was also a rank 3 expert, but his Dao was even stronger. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary saber which was much more powerful than Xia Yu's emperor weapon. Fortunately, Xia Yu had a Dao which was especially used for defense. Otherwise, he would be utterly defeated. I fought him before, but he wasn't this strong then, Xia Yu thought. Just then, buzz. Out of nowhere, an unimaginably cold aura erupted. The aura seemed to have frozen the entire battlefield, even time and space. The Tao masters in the Imperial Palace halted their movements the moment they detected the aura. Tidets. They turned to look at the source of the icy cold aura in surprise. They were startled to see who it was. Emperor Xiao and Emperor Lung, who had been fighting fiercely in the center of the battlefield, also stopped after detecting the aura. Then they realized it came from their daughter. No. Emperor Xiao's expression changed drastically. Mad. She's gone mad. Emperor Lung cried, appearing terrified. She released the seal? Does she want to die? Only both of them knew just what the seal was for. That was why both of them were so shocked. Lung Rushuang looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with endless killing intent. Swoosh! In a flash, she appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. She faced Elder, he with her back against Jian Wushuang. You're the one who hurt him. Her voice was as cold as the 9 serenities. Elder, he frowned, not knowing the reason for Lung Rushuang's sudden change. However, her cold aura frightened him. Nevertheless, he nodded without hesitation in response to her question. He wouldn't show fear as a rank 2 Tao Master. He was ready to follow up with a verbal answer. But before he could open his mouth, Lung Rushuang was already taking action. She appeared in front of Elder He, moving as swiftly and unpredictably as a ghost. She was so fast that it felt as if she was really a specter. Before Elder He could react, she patted his forehead with her beautiful and fair palm. It was a simple, gentle pat. The moment her palm came into contact with his forehead, a terrible chill took over his entire body. The coldness was the result of Lung Rushuang's icy heart poison. Elder, he was stupefied as his body started to turn white, first from the forehead, then to the face, then to the torso, and finally the whole body. In the end, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Then, as a random gale of energy swept the area, the ice sculpture shattered into countless pieces before eventually vanishing in the void. In a split of a second, a rank 2 Tao Master had disappeared in a puff of smoke. Those who witnessed this became horrified, including the Tao Masters on the battlefield. They had watched a rank 2 Tao Master turned into an ice sculpture while alive and then broken into pieces. What kind of skill was Lung Rushuang using? This, Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of amazement. He had seen this skill before. He had seen Lung Rushuang kill with the same skill in the ancient world. But they were now in the eternal world, and the Tao Masters here were far more powerful. Elder, he was a rank 2 Tao Master, whom Jian Wushuang couldn't win against even after using his full strength. Yet Lung Rushuang was able to kill him with a gentle pat. Great sin. Primordial great sinner. Oh my God! King Gu called out in horror, his voice reverberating in Jian Wushuang's mind. Primordial great sinner? What's that? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. There's no time to explain the details, but basically, your little girlfriend's life is a tragedy. She's destined to suffer endless torture, and the reason should be related to her parents, Gu King said solemnly. She's destined to suffer? Jian Wushuang was startled. Lung Rushuang was expressionless after killing Elder He and merely looked around coldly. Who else wants to hurt him? There was an unfathomable, killing intent in her voice. Her cold voice and the surging icy aura around her made every Tao Master on the battlefield ill at ease. Xia Meng had already run far away in fear. This is madness. Emperor Lung bellowed, staring straight at her daughter. Shuang'er, are you crazy? How can you break the seal in your body just for Jian Wushuang? Don't you know what you'll face after doing this? There'll be endless pain and torture. It'll be a life worse than death. Is such a life worth it just for the sake of a man? Chapter 937, National Master. Chapter 937, National Master. Is such a life worth it just for the sake of a man? Emperor Lung's cold voice reverberated in the air, her every word ringing loud and clear in Lung Rushuang's head. Is it worth it? Lung Rushuang muttered. Even so. Her lips were curved into a smile. She then looked up at Emperor Lung. The only hint of warmth I've ever felt in my life was when he healed me in the ancient world. You ask me if it's worth it. Of course. Her voice was as cold as ice and carried a never-before-seen determination. Her resolution was firmer than ever, as reflected in her eyes. Whatever happened today, and regardless of what would happen in the future, she would never regret it. You idiot! Emperor Lung continued to reprimand her daughter. Emperor Shao strangely didn't say anything. Jian Wushuang, who stood next to Lung Rushuang, was thoroughly stupefied. Emperor Lung's words were still ringing in his head. Once the seal is released, Lung Rushuang will be endlessly tortured and live a life that is worse than death. Gu King, what the hell is going on? What's going on? The surge of Jian Wushuang's emotions was turbulent and violent. It's a long story, so let's that aside for the time being. Your little girlfriend really loves you, seeing as she'd break her seal for you. If it's possible to do so in the future, you should treat her kindly, said Gu King. Easy for you to say. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. On the battlefield, Emperor Lung looked coolly at her daughter. With a snort, she looked away and her gaze began roaming around. When she saw the situation on the battlefield, she couldn't help furrowing her brows. Emperor Shao had been well prepared for their battle. Not only did he invite the Baiming clan and a large number of solitary experts, Lord of Circes Island and Master Bloodsaber of Void Temple were also present. From the looks of it, his camp wasn't any weaker than hers. She noticed that Master Bloodsaber was thoroughly crushing Xiaoyu in their battle. Meanwhile, she was also at a disadvantage against Emperor Shao, because she had yet to recover from Jian Wushuang's attack earlier. To make things worse, Lung Rushuang had released her seal and even used such a strange and frightening skill to kill a rank 2 Dao Master of the Xia clan. She had thrown the power equilibrium of the two opposing camps off balance. Her camp was at a disadvantage now. If Master Bloodsaber killed Xiaoyu or Lung Rushuang ended up slaughtering everyone, she would be completely defeated. Emperor Lung suddenly looked up as she pondered this. National Master, look at the situation. Aren't you going to make your move? If you don't make your move now, our many years of effort will be in vain. Her cold voice echoed through heaven and earth. The Dao Masters on the battlefield, as well as the spectating experts outside the Imperial Palace, were stunned. National Master. The mysterious National Master from the Tang Kingdom of the Eastern Land. The laughter seemed to contain a kind of magic power. The experts couldn't stop themselves from looking toward the source of the laughter. They watched as a slender figure appear next to Emperor Lung. This person was dressed in an old gray robe and held a strip of cloth in his hand. On the cloth were the words, fortune-telling. He had gray hair and a wizened face. His eyes were so dark that they were unreadable, and there seemed to be green flames burning behind his pupils. His aura was so plain that he came off looking like an ordinary soothsayer in the market. However, those who recognized him knew that this ordinary-looking old geezer was terribly powerful. Years ago, there had been a civil war in the Tang Kingdom of the Eastern Land. Emperor Shao had severed all ties with Emperor Lung, and they waged a massive war against each other. Emperor Shao was superior to Emperor Lung both in terms of prestige and power in the Tang Kingdom, but he still ended up tasting defeat. There was only a reason for his defeat: the soothsayer. This is the mysterious National Master of the Tang Kingdom of the Eastern Land, the creator of Divine Sea and the Blood Eagle Amor. Jian Wushuang thought as he looked at the soothsayer. He had heard of this National Master before. Moreover, He had been quite stunned after learning about the National Master skills. Divine, C could crush experts below the level of Tao Masters. On the other hand, the Blood Eagle armor not only possessed strong defensive capabilities, but it could also enhance the user's offensive power. It was unlike anything that Jian Wushuang had ever seen in the Eternal World. He was the creator of both skills. Without his help, Emperor Lung wouldn't have defeated Emperor Shao. You finally showed up. Emperor Zhao's expression turned grim at the sight of the soothsayer. No one was more well-versed with the National Master's skills than him, which was why he remained in fear of the latter. The National Master was the only one out of the top experts of the Eternal World that he was afraid of. I didn't plan on showing up so early. After all, your friend hasn't shown up yet. The soothsayer smiled. Friend? Emperor Lung frowned. She didn't expect Emperor Shao to still have reinforcements that had yet to appear, as expected of a person who could frighten junior brother Shao. I thought I hid well, but you still found me, said an ethereal voice that came from outside the imperial palace. The voice had clearly come from a faraway place, but its owner had already appeared next to Emperor Shao. The gray-haired man was dressed in a white robe. Though he appeared to be an old man, the skin of his face was finer than most youngsters. He looked at the soothsayer and Emperor Lung indifferently, as if he was looking into the air. He had an ethereal and incomparably unique temperament. It's you, Emperor Yin. Emperor Lung's pupils shrunk in fright. Everyone else on the battlefield was also stunned. Emperor Yin. There had been 4 emperors in the golden age of the Tang Kingdom of the Eastern Land, and Emperor Yin was ranked 3rd among them. He had gone missing for years after Emperor Qing's death, but he had now shown himself again. Chapter 938 Stronger? Chapter 938 Stronger. Emperor Yin. Even you stand with this Emperor Shao against me too? Emperor Lung regarded Emperor Yin with anger and surprise flaring in her eyes. We are all fellow disciples of our teacher, junior sister. As your senior brother, I will usually side no one, but just order. But you have crossed the line this time. Not even our teacher will rest at ease at the sight of the atrocities you have committed. Emperor Yin replied coldly. The 4 emperors of Tang Empire of the East were all fellow apprentices of the Tang Emperor. Emperor Yin was the oldest amongst the 4, being the eldest senior brother of his younger siblings in arms and tutelage, followed by Emperor Qing and Emperor Shao. Emperor Lung was the 4th amongst them, the youngest junior sister. Then again, Emperor Qing wielded the greatest strength and power among the 4, followed by Emperor Shao by a mere hair's breadth. Emperor Yin and Emperor Lung have always been equal in combat. Our teacher? Humph. For many years, the teacher has yet to show himself. None could say if he still lives. But I would hardly flinch even if he is here before us today. All that I have done is for the good of the Tang Empire. Emperor Lung retorted loudly. Insolent fool. Still until now, you have no remorse of what you have done. With a stare turned cold as steel, Emperor Yin declared solemnly, as the most senior of our teacher's students, I will exact judgment in his name today and cleanse anew the name of our following. Judgment? You. We will see who will have the last laugh. Emperor Lung sneered and turned to the soothsayer beside her, saying simply, I will leave everything to you, National Master. Ha ha ha! The soothsayer grinned strangely as he stepped forth slowly. Up in the sky, Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin were floating abreast in the air, watching as the soothsayer stepped forth. Their faces turned hard and intense as the older man approached. Is this the National Master which you have so much fear for, junior brother Shao? Emperor Yin asked in a low voice. He is. Emperor Shao replied with a nod before he continued seriously. I have had the upper hand during my last duel with the bloody woman. It was he who had a hand in my loss. Despite fighting with the blasted woman against me, I am sure that he is very much stronger than I am. Moreover, his methods and techniques are strange and unusual. Despite being well prepared this time, that I have even implored to you for help, I am afraid we have only 3/10 of a chance to defeat him. 3/10 of a chance! Emperor Yin uttered incredulously with shock and dismay. Let me see how capable this national master is. With a cold and deathly glare, Emperor Yin leaped into the air before he finished, gliding away with the grace of a floating cloud. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew suddenly in the air, sending F.O. whoosh! RTH, a forceful surge of air. Open. Proud and stern, Emperor Yun's voice rang out from the air as he remained at the center of the raging winds around him. Without warning, he cast forth a blow from his palm. The blow from his palm ripped through the continuum of space before him, causing a huge black hole to appear. Spanning more than hundreds of feet wide, the black hole grew vehemently at impossible speeds, drawing in all mass and matter upon itself while it engorged hungrily at everything it could draw. The growing mass of darkness hurled itself at the old soothsayer, threatening to devour him whole. Ha ha ha! Interesting! The soothsayer gave a sinister giggle as he remained standing, waiting patiently for the black hole to bore down upon him. It had grew to more than 1,000 feet wide as its jaws descended on him. Just then, his hand raised and tapped at the center of the mass of darkness gently with a finger. Simple and yet ordinary was his stroke, yet it held a power mysterious and strange. The humongous cavity of pure darkness which had grown into more than 1,000 feet immediately screeched painfully like a howling animal in agony before it collapsed and disintegrated into nothingness. The magic of the black hole had been undone even before it had unleashed its powers. The collapse of the black hole caused a huge vacuum that brought about turbulent and chaotic winds, pouring from all directions. This generated a space rift in the skies overlooking the entire imperial city, laying waste to the once illustrious city, leaving many structures and buildings in the city crushed and crumbled. The horrific display of power by the soothsayer left the fighting down masters and warriors, including those watching from the outskirts of the imperial city, awestruck. With such ease he had undone my magic! Emperor Yun gasped in horror as all color had left his face. Suddenly, everything around them turned completely pitch black. The entire world was shrouded by utter darkness that tolerated not even one glimmer of light. A terrifying reign of literal darkness endured as a strong and unmistakable aura of bloodthirsty malice simmered in the air, sending fear and shivers down the spines of everyone around as if they had stepped through the frightening gates of hell. The stares and glares of everyone around instantly rested upon the origin of the hateful aura, Emperor Shao himself. Emperor Shao scoffed once. Suddenly, his saber swung forth dangerously with the force that he had been channeling. So powerful was the stroke that it could even send tremors across the heavens and earth. The blade shone with a pale, deathly flash as it clove the skies and earth into a half, sending a bright flash across the eerie scrim of darkness that persisted in their surroundings and blinded those who had tried to look. The terrible flash of light tore through the air, the speed of its travel unfathomable and beyond comprehension. Yet, faced with such a terrible stroke, the same assured grin remained upon the gnarly face of the old soothsayer who stood and waited for his adversary's stroke to fall upon him. Whoosh! This shining brilliance from Emperor Zhao's stroke sliced through the figure of the old soothsayer, exiting through his body, and continued its way to the huge palace in the city. The flash of light of the aura of Emperor Zhao's blow crashed into the huge and massive palace complex, reducing the countless of sections and adjacent buildings and the palace itself, once the jewel of the imperial city, into nothing but dust and debris. Desolation and devastation was everywhere that even the earth had been flipped over. With only one stroke from his saber, Emperor Shao had brought down the once majestic and imposing palace complex of the Tang Empire, leaving nothing but filth and grime. But the soothsayer having been hit by the stroke earlier, was hardly injured as his figure reformed. Floating in the air, the old soothsayer continued, wearing a sinister grin as he remained unfazed, as if the stroke had barely grazed him. How is this possible? Emperor Shao stammered with shock. He had known that the old soothsayer was strong and powerful, but never had he expected such a monstrous difference between their strengths. Instead, the soothsayer had appeared to be even stronger than he was during their previous encounter. Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin, two of the 4 emperors of the Tang Empire of the East. There was an inexplicable and yet distinct twinkle in the soothsayer's eyes as he spoke casually. You have done well to reach such remarkable heights as Tao Masters. You both might have been able to defeat me if you both had joined hands in our previous encounter. But I am afraid things are completely different now. After all, my strength has recovered much after those years. Chapter 939, Critical Help. Chapter 939, Critical Help. His strength has recovered much? A frown creased upon the brows of both Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin as a foreboding dread crept into them. Has his strength reached that level? Emperor Yin asked himself quietly. That level? Emperor Shao asked, startled. By that, Emperor Yin referred to a height which their teacher, the Tang Emperor, had once achieved. Even Emperor Qing, the strongest of the 4 emperors, had nearly reached that very level of powers, so close he was from reaching his goal that his fingers could barely graze the threshold. Still, that was none other than Emperor Qing himself. The two were still leagues and leagues behind. This is bad. Emperor Shao gasped with dismay. Right at the moment, the figure of the soothsayer who stood before them shimmered and disappeared. Swoosh! In the flash of an instant, the soothsayer reappeared behind Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin. Such speed! Overcome by shock, both Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin felt their blood leaving their face. The speed that the old soothsayer had unleashed confirmed their suspicions. He had reached that very level of strength. You have failed before, Emperor Shao. Why do you persist on such a vain quest? The soothsayer's eerie snicker reached into the ears of Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin. Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin turned around immediately. They had barely turned, only to see that the old soothsayer was flailing the sleeve of his robe as he cast forth a terrible force of energy from within its folds. Bang! Bang! Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin both felt something exploding within their bodies instantly, followed by a huge mouthful of blood that rushed up their throats. Vomiting furiously, the pair immediately plummeted from the sky, crashing down into the earth. Boom! A fresh crater had appeared, an addition to the already wretched state of the land ravaged by battle and carnage. There came a sudden groan and another crashing crescendo. The crater had disappeared, replaced by a deep and bottomless abyss. Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin had been struck so badly that they have both been cast deep into the abyss that no signs of life came from the darkness below. This sent a shiver of silence across the entire battlefield. The Tao Masters and warriors fighting all paused in their tracks and beheld, with fear and awe, the invincibility of the old soothsayer. Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin are both frightening monstrosities in their own right. Yet now, right before the eyes of everyone present, they have been pummeled into ignominious defeat like a helpless bug before the overwhelming strength of the old soothsayer. What indomitable strength! Emperor Shao! Jian Wushuang was also equally startled by the spectacle. Good gracious! What came before were merely ordinary Tao Masters despite their strengths and powers. Yet, this person he is of an utterly different class. The Gu King's frantic cries resounded over Jian Wushuang's mind. The terrible sight of the undefeatable soothsayer who was afloat in midair became the center of everyone's attention. His throbbing eyes, flashing with a manic glint, turned and bore straight into Jian Wushuang. Ha ha ha! Never would I expect that I would encounter one who has learned in the methods of inverse cultivation here in this domain. An eerily ghastly laugh emitted from the throat of the old soothsayer. His eyes flared as he held Jian Wushuang in his gaze, a student of the methods of inverse cultivations. Oh, the irony of fates! You are a rare breed. Even in the wide vastness of this domain, if only I have met you sooner, I might even make you my personal disciple. It's a pity that you have chosen the wrong side. And for that, I will have you slay you now, for you leave me no choice. With that, the soothsayer's figure shimmered once more and disappeared. Be careful, Jian Wushuang! The piercing cry of the Gu King clamored hectically in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang felt his eyes contracting instantly as his foe made his move. For the first time in his life, he felt an alarming sensation tingling in his mind, warning him of grave danger the moment the soothsayer had disappeared. Without any hesitation, he kicked at the ground and leaped, trying his best to retreat to safety as fast as he could. Ha ha ha, you can't escape! The shrill and eerie giggle resounded once more. So fast was his speed. A blinding flash, he turned into it with a quickness that startled even Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin. A speed so fast that Jian Wushuang could never hope to match. The soothsayer was so close to catching up with Jian Wushuang when suddenly a cold and frosty aura surged towards him. Ah! The brows of the old soothsayer rose, puzzled as he turned. The sight of Lung Wushuang, terrible and cold, in her rippling robes of flowing white, filled his sight as the frosty coldness pricked at him incessantly. You dare lay a finger on him? Lung Wushuang's voice hummed icily through the air. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a white, icy wave of force and cast forth the energies she wielded, turning the air before her into ice instantly. Lung Wushuang thrust forth her palm, sending forth blasts of icy jets, shooting at the soothsayer. Humph, parlor tricks. The soothsayer sneered with disdain. He remained rooted to where he was, summoning merely a flicker of flames from his eyes. Swoosh! Jet-black flames burst forth suddenly, burning him and lighting up the skies in a voracious inferno that feasted on the abundance of oxygen around him, dispelling all the coldness and iciness that Lung Wushuang had summoned earlier. I would never have shown you mercy if not for the fact that you are Emperor Lung's daughter. Begone now. With his ending words, the soothsayer roared, sending forth a blistering heat wave of black flames that turned everything around him into a sea of flames, which, sweltering heat, forced even Lung Wushuang away. The soothsayer had not stayed his feet. In a split second later, he reappeared directly behind Jian Wushuang. Die! The soothsayer stretched out his finger, pointing at Jian Wushuang's fleeing back. No. Jian Wushuang felt fear and panic as he felt his face turning pale. Blasted! Jian Wushuang could hear the Gu King exclaiming loudly within him. What seemed to be a simple point with his finger had in fact sent a blast of force that shot through the air with terrifying speed and intensity, leaving a corkscrew of air currents in its wake. It caught up to Jian Wushuang in an instant, leaving him no opening to maneuver to safety as it struck him directly with a massive and frightening force. Bang! Jian Wushuang felt a faint hum from within him, followed by a huge explosion that blasted a huge and bloody hole on Jian Wushuang's torso. With a cavity as large as a bowl, the force had driven through Jian Wushuang's chest and exited from his back. Even so, Jian Wushuang could still feel residual energies of the force within him, churning angrily as the energies gnawed and gnashed at his life force. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang was losing control of his own movements, plunging straight down towards the ground. Beside him, Lung Wushuang watched with horror as Jian Wushuang fell. No, no! Lung Wushuang cried out loud. The strong and terrible cold aura emanating from her instantly soared at an unprecedented pace. With just the blink of an eye, she had achieved a newfound state of strength. I will kill you. Utter rage and malice hemmed Lung Rushuang's threatening words. White and icy mists began to surround and encompass around Lung Rushuang. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, a mere strand of the fog held sufficient energies to annihilate an ordinary Dao master. The white foggy veil enclosed around Lung Rushuang, drastically raising her powers that now began to erupt. The sight of the falling Jian Wushuang was also witnessed by one other person aside from Lung Rushuang, Xue Lingtian, who was equally terrified watching his junior brother being mortally injured. Junior brother. Xue Lingtian's face expression twisted with rage and hate as he glared at the soothsayer with burning eyes. From his robes, he produced a token in his hand. Xue Lingtian crushed the token and immediately uttered a swift message. Teacher, junior brother is in grave danger. We need critical help. Chapter 940, The Calamitous Stomp. Chapter 940, The Calamitous Stomp. Far away at the ancient sect of the Firmament territory, silence reigned with despotic authority across the fastness of the stronghold of the sect. The disciples of the sect, including the palace masters of the Dao palaces, have all left to take part in a hunting tournament at the heavenly Peak Valley. There was but one person who remained in the stronghold. Perched atop the peak of a mountain, Xian Yi was clothed fully in white, gazing at the boundless skies above him with his hands held behind him. The message from Xue Lingtian, who was far away at the imperial city of the Tang Empire, came to him with the speed of light. Crack! A crack appeared in the air before him suddenly. The crack was a mere minuscule crevice in the fabric of space, yet it had adjoined with the surroundings of the imperial city of the Tang Empire despite being leagues and leagues away. So it comes finally? Xian Yi murmured as his gaze slowly shifted to the crack. His gaze sharpened instantly. It was the stare of a predator regarding its prey. That is your cue, sect master. With a simple voice, Xian Yi uttered his instructions. His voice rang magically from all corners of the stronghold. There was a brief moment of stillness and peace within the stronghold as Xian Yi's voice faded. Then came a voice, deep and ancient, as if the voice of an entity of archaic origins from another dimension, rumbled slowly. You are certain that you require me to act? The rumbling voice asked. Yes. Xian Yi answered, his head dipping slightly. Very well. Remember the pact between us. The ancient voice groaned once more. Naturally, you will be able to go to wherever you wish after this battle. Xian Yi smiled and pointed to the crack in the air before him, saying, I have opened the portal for you. You may go. Very well. Leave the rest to me. The ancient voice echoed through the hallways of the stronghold. Just then, the floors of the stronghold began to shake violently. The violent tremor, coupled with the cacophony of collapsing structures and construction, clamored wildly as if the entire stronghold had been utterly tossed and overturned. Disaster! An apocalypse! In only a fraction of a second, the stronghold of the ancient sect had been reduced to mere rubbles and debris. It was fortunate that most of the disciples of the sect had left for the hunting tournament, lest they would have been caught in the disastrous calamity of destructive which could have claimed a great many of their lives. Far away atop the mountaintops, Xian Yi surveyed the spectacle from his seat with indifference. Of the entire ancient sect, or even the eternal world, Xian Yi was the only one who knew that there slumbered a gigantic behemoth beneath the stronghold of the sect. And after many long years and ages of rest, the monster had truly awakened. Bang! With a deafening crash, a huge golden arm, stronger than even a mountain, stretched from the depths of the underground. The huge golden arm slammed into the ground and lifted the monster up with the crashing din of collapsing mountains and terrain. Finally, the huge monster got to his feet. Towering at more than 1,000 feet, the skin of the hulking giant glowed with a deep shade of gold. Destructive strength pulsed in the veins of his sturdy limbs as he stood motionless. Yet the mere sight of him was enough to invoke fear and panic. This huge giant studied the crack in the continuum of space before him with his stern and alert eyes. His arm reached forth, clutching tightly at the edges of the space rift. Summoning his strength, the giant ripped and tore at the crack. Swoosh! With his sheer might, the giant had enlarged the crack into a huge black hole that he could now step into. "We will meet again, Xian Yi." As he spoke, the giant stepped into the threshold of the pitch-black darkness and disappeared. A thin smile lined across Xian Yi's face, who had witnessed everything. At the front lines of the battlefield at the Imperial City, despite scoring a hit on Jian Wushuang and pounded a hole on his chest, the soothsayer frowned with doubt. "Have I missed his life core?" The soothsayer asked himself with surprise. A practitioner or warrior of the eternal realm would perish and die if the life core of the person was destroyed. Then again, the soothsayer had failed to detect the existence of a life core when his blow had struck Jian Wushuang earlier. Could it be due to his methods of inverse cultivation? The soothsayer wondered aloud. Despite having heard of the methods of inverse cultivation before, the soothsayer knew only that most practitioners of the methods of inverse cultivation were strange and bizarre in their own right. He did not know anything more about the practice of inverse cultivations. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had achieved the eternal realm, the third step of the methods of inverse cultivation, the everlasting realm, where his life core was fully assimilated by his flesh, sinews, bones, and even the cells of his body. For this reason, the third step was called the everlasting realm. It was the stage where his life would never diminish as long as his physical body endured. "Damn you!" A sharp and furious cry rang deep into the ears of the soothsayer. Gripped by intense fury and rage, Lung Rushuang threw herself towards the soothsayer. Even the old soothsayer could not help but grimace at the stabbing cold as he braced himself and fought against his assailant. Many warriors yelled and bellowed at the sight of Jian Wushuang being severely injured. Some cheered jubilantly while some cried with concern and dismay. The warriors of Emperor Zhao's forces grew angered and distressed, whereas the warriors of the forces of Emperor Lung applauded with glee and delight. "Is Jian Wushuang dead at last?" Emperor Lung murmured, her gaze turning sharp suddenly with anticipation. The one person who had most welcomed the death of Jian Wushuang would be none other than Xia Meng himself. "Ha ha ha! Dead now, are you? Jian Wushuang, are you finally dead?" Xia Meng screamed with joy as he burst into a maniacal laughter. "Good, really good. A country bumpkin such as you from a small and weak sect of a minuscule domain dare compete with me for a woman? What makes you think you are worthy of competing against me?" In his frenzied state of joy, Xia Meng's delirious roars boomed across the front lines loudly. However, suddenly, "Watch out, young master!" An angry voice called out to him. The loud cries restored a brief moment of clarity to Xia Meng, who recognized the voice. It was one of the warriors of his clan, the Xia clan. Yet, the voice had instead puzzled Xia Meng. Due to Lung Rushuang's sudden burst of strength, Xia Meng had earlier retreated to the edges of the battlefield. He was certain that there were no enemies around him and he was in no immediate danger. But why was his kin frantically warning him of danger? Xia Meng was dazed in thought when he noticed a huge shadow looming over him. Is the sky turning dark? Xia Meng lifted his head absent-mindedly. His eyes widened with shock as his head raised. A gigantic, dark golden foot, with a monstrous immensity that dwarfed even a mountain, loomed over him. He had no inkling as to where did the gigantic foot had came from, but the mere sight of its enormity left him speechless and frozen with panic. For reasons unknown, the gigantic, golden foot seemed to be falling right on him. No, Xia Meng burst into the most shrilling howl he had made in his life before he was instantly crushed by the huge foot a split second later. Bang! A flash of thunderbolt thundered imperiously. The ground of the whole imperial city shook violently. The huge, dark golden foot fell upon Xia Meng, smashing into him and reduced him into no more but a mass of flesh, viscera, and blood. Chapter 941 Master of the Ancient Sect Chapter 941 Master of the Ancient Sect. A gigantic foot, dark gold in color, fell on Xia Meng and crushed him to death. Young Master Meng! Son! Xia Tao, who was fighting furiously against the lord of Cirsus Island, with numerous elites from the Xia clan, witnessed the whole tragedy. Fury took them immediately. In the happen next, however, left the entire crowd stunned. A massive and startlingly wide black hole emerged in the sky near the edges of the battlefield, like a huge portal wide open. It was from this black hole that the gigantic golden foot had emerged. Yet that was merely the precursor of what was to come. From the darkness of the vortex, the gigantic foot lowered and revealed the complete figure of a towering giant, blushing dark golden, at a height of over 1,000 feet that lorded over the entire expanse of the battlefield. With a girth extremely wide and huge, the behemoth's mere presence sent fear and awe into everyone witnessing its advent. His eyes shone with a dark, golden glimmer, where none could miss the unmistakable air of conceit and contempt. His gigantic form stood firmly, proud and erect, like a pillar that held up the strata of the skies, which even the continuum of time and space were faintly warped by his sheer presence alone. Despite his majestic indifference, the most unmistakable, with the several dark, golden, four-pointed star patterns etched on his forehead, between his eyebrows. The Gu King, upon recognizing the presence of the hulking figure, felt a quiver to his heart and howled sternly. It's an ancient god of imperial lineage. That was true. The giant's dark golden physique and the four-pointed star patterns between his eyebrows were clear signs of an ancient god of imperial lineage. Most copper-armored, silver-armored, and even gold-armored ancient gods of the ancient god clan have their iconic four-pointed star patterns, which symbolize their strength and powers, etched upon their chests. Only a pure-blooded ancient god of imperial lineage would have these symbolic patterns etched between their eyebrows. Moreover, this colossal ancient god has a whole of 7 four-pointed star patterns between his eyebrows. A total of 7 four-pointed stars, which would mean that he was a 7-star ancient god of imperial lineage. He was just one class below King Luo Zhen, the former master of the Gu King, who has 8 stars. I am Gu Tong, the master of the ancient sect. A deep, thick voice came out of the mouth of the ancient god, reverberating loudly, sending a tremor through the entire imperial palace. Everyone at the front lines, including the numerous Tao masters at the battlefield, were stunned at the appearance of Gu Tong. Yet their amazement was hardly surprising, for Gu Tong's huge body was unimaginably massive. With a height of over 1,000 feet, Gu Tong dominated even the large hilly mountains, and his mere presence humbled all that witnessed him appear. The ancient god clan, and yet a 7-star ancient god of imperial lineage? The old soothsayer frowned quietly with dreading apprehension. His position as the national master of the Tang kingdom of the eastern lands would hardly amount to anything before an entity of such indomitable strength and greatness. The tale of the renowned ancient god clan was hardly unheard of to him. An ordinary 3-star ancient god alone would have the strength equivalent to that of a normal Tao master. 4-star ancient gods would be equal to extremely powerful, if not one of the best, Tao masters. Those beyond the class of 4 stars would wield even greater and unfathomable powers. Gu Tong, however, was an ancient god of 7 stars, one who also bore the bloodline of imperial lineage. My lord! A gentle call had sounded abruptly. It was, naturally, Xue Lingtian who had spoken. "You are a disciple of Xian Yi. My avatar had met you before years ago." Gu Tong recognized him as he spoke slowly. "Xian Yi has bade me to come to his disciple's aid." "Who shall I strike down?" Gu Tong's dark golden eyes surveyed his surroundings. "It is him, master." Xue Lingtian's finger pointed straight at the soothsayer. This made the old soothsayer felt a shudder as his face darkened immediately. "You?" Malice flickered instantly in his eyes as Gu Tong's gaze transfixed upon the soothsayer. "Die!" With a huge battle cry, Gu Tong struck forth mercilessly. Surrounded by the many Dao masters and other warriors outside the imperial palace, Gu Tong threw a strong blow at his quarry. What seemed to be any ordinary punch tore apart the fabric of space, creating a huge black hole that was hemmed with crackling thunderclaps, snapping angrily. The rolling mass of energy thundered furiously, reaching before the soothsayer in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The force of the blow ripped at the winds, the billowing currents howling savagely. No one watching the spectacle was without fear and panic. Their sights could hardly be removed from the impending blow heading straight for its target. To rest of the warriors at the front lines, this was hardly a mere blow from a punch, but a destructive supernova threatening to explode heading swooping down on its prey. The huge mass of energies sped straight with blinding speed. It was amazing that with Gu Tong's huge girth, he could move with such quickness and agility. Watching as the huge supernova, threatening to smash face first into him, the soothsayer could hardly suppress his fearfulness no more. He raised his old and gnarly palm, channeling energies that accumulated upon his open palms in the form of black, eerie swirling tendrils of fumes. His palm grew larger and larger in an instant. Never had he employed his full strength even when he was fighting against Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, or Lung Rushuang. But now, with his own life at stake against one so powerful as a 7-star ancient god, the old soothsayer would hardly dare keep any more reservations. The magic cloud palm. With a low growl, the soothsayer thrusted his palm forth, sending tendrils of jet-black fumes churning around him with a stench of foul-smelling odor. With steeled resolve, he unleashed the greatest destructive force he could muster. Boom! The two bodies of energies smashed directly into each other, emitting a fierce, blood-curdling roar, followed by terrifying waves of surging air. Buffeted by the angry, rolling winds, the resultant force of the meeting blows ruptured whatever strength left of the fabric of space, sending huge, sickening groans of something being ripped to shreds and pieces. The shock waves rippled from the center of their clash, swept across the entire breadth of the huge battlefield, the front lines of the skirmish taking place at the imperial city. The Dao masters watching from the outskirts shuddered when the waves of tremor hit them. Their blood swirled and simmered uncontrollably. Some collapsed, screaming in agony and pain, whereas some felt the taste of blood in their mouth from the internal damage incurred by the blast. The unforgiving blasts of air tore into what remained of the imperial city, pummeling the still-standing structures, trees and flora into rubbles and ruins that nothing was left thereafter. With one single blow, the remains of the imperial city, the shadows of its former glory, had been reduced into nothing but a mere memory. Craters and filth littered across the entire expanse of the imperial city, with no traces of flora and vegetation nor any remnants of buildings and structures visible, just where the two destructive mights clash. The old soothsayer suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, warm and fresh. His face turned pale and frail from the ordeal. He had suffered a huge blow that had threw him off his feet. Standing earlier at the center of the battlefield of the imperial city, he had been thrown so far that he smashed into a mountain outside of the imperial city, reducing the mountain into no more than a pile of debris and boulders. Silence rose over the entire surroundings like an apparition. At its very center stood the dark golden form of Gu Tong, who then cast his gaze afar into the outskirts of the imperial city, his dark golden eyes looking intently at the fallen piles of rubbles. From the pile of rubbles a figure leaped into the air. Whoosh! The soothsayer had risen and has returned. Chapter 942 Blood-Killing Plate Armor. Chapter 942 Blood-Killing Plate Armor. The soothsayer stopped midair after bursting out of the mountain waste. He was a complete mess, his face was pale, and there was still blood on the corners of his mouth. However, he was not all flustered, and his eyes appeared radiant. Ha! Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman. Gu Tong, no, I should call you King Gu Tong, since you're an ancient god of imperial kinsmen, the soothsayer said. To be honest, I was scared when I saw a 7-star imperial god like you. Even at the peak of my strength, I'm no match for you. But obviously you're not fully recovered, or you wouldn't have appeared in this world. I think you currently only have 10% of your usual strength, and your battle capability is only at the 5-star level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived your attack earlier. The soothsayer was well aware of the terrible power of the 7-star imperial god. It would take a 7-star imperial god at its peak a measly finger to kill him. However, Gu Tong was evidently far from it. I can easily kill you with only 10% of my strength, Gu Tong retorted in a cold but majestic voice. Really? The soothsayer replied, coolly with a smile. He then waved his hand in the air. Buzz! A stream of black air current burst out of the depths of the palace that had been razed to the ground. It was accompanied by a stench that rose from the ground and gradually grew stronger. Then, out of the blue, a bloody flowing light rose from the bottom of the palace and flew toward the soothsayer. Soon, this bloody flowing light was in the soothsayer's hands. It appeared to be a scarlet armor. The size of the armor was similar to the Blood Eagle armor that Jian Wushuang once obtained, but its aura was much more powerful and contained an intense killing intent that would scare even a Dao master. Blood-killing armor. Gu Tong stared the scarlet armor in surprise. He could recognize the scarlet armor. It was a special treasure that was valuable and powerful beyond measure. Hee, you're a 7-star imperial god indeed. You really know a lot. But this isn't the blood-killing armor. It's actually called the blood-killing plate armor. Still wearing a cold smile, the soothsayer put on the scarlet armor. His aura immediately skyrocketed with a potent killing intent. I've been pouring a copious amount of luck into it day and night all these years, and it's now fully repaired. The soothsayer gave Gu Tong a chilly look. King Gu Tong, our previous collision doesn't count. Let's find out who's the winner now. Gu Tong said nothing, but his expression changed, and there was a thunderbolt flashing inside his dark, golden pupils. With a sudden expansion of his body, he then slammed into the soothsayer. The soothsayer cackled. With magic clouds bursting out of his slender body, he began growing at an alarming rate until he was hundreds of feet tall. While he was not as large as Gu Tong, they were quite a match. Come on, come on. The soothsayer was excited. The two of them collided in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed in the sky. The soothsayer had been a lot weaker than Gu Tong in their earlier collision and had been completely crushed. Now equipped with the blood-killing plate armor, he was almost evenly matched with Gu Tong. In fact, he was even in the position to put up an aggressive fight. Their fierce battle caused powerful aftermath that caused the nearby Dao masters and experts to retreat further. Even Emperor Lung, Emperor Shao, and Emperor Yin, who had just got out of the pit, had to back away. Not even the three of them had the room to intervene in a battle of such a magnitude. Moreover, they had their own opponents to worry about. Bitch, hurry up and surrender. Despite his pale face, Emperor Shao managed to produce an earth-shattering bellow. Damn it! Emperor Lung wore a somber expression as she looked around her. The fact that her camp had been on the losing side forced her to get the national master's help. However, they ended up having to fend for themselves anyway after the terrifying ancient god of the imperial kinsmen made a sudden appearance and kept the national master busy. Both Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun were now ready to fight again. On the other side of the battlefield, Xue Lingtian had already defeated and wounded Xiaoyu. This was incredibly bad news for her. Xia Tao. Emperor Lung's cold voice drifted to where Xia Tao, the master of Xia clan, was fighting hard with Lord of Circes Island. Xia Tao immediately turned to look at her in alarm. The national master and I've done our best in the battle today, but if you're holding back and waiting to take advantage of us, then our previous agreement will be null. We'll leave and hand Tang of the East over to Shao. There was a hint of decisiveness in her voice. She paused before continuing, Humph! The Xia clan has survived in Tang of the East since ancient times. You must have many more unfathomable resources than these Dao masters you dispatched. You have the Immortal army, don't you? Don't you think it's the time to use it? Her words stunned Xia Tao. The Xia clan had held immense power in Tang of the East for many years. Even in the kingdom's most prosperous time, the four emperors had to show some respect to the clan. Naturally, the clan would possess more resources than what they demonstrated in the battle today. They indeed possessed many trump card and skills, and the best one among them was the Immortal army. However, this was a secret known only to a few Xia clansmen. How did Emperor Ling find out about it? Though still confused, Xia Tao was also desperate to overturn the current situation and thus immediately agreed. Since Emperor Lung has personally made the request, then the Xia clan will stop hiding it. March, the Immortal Army. Chapter 943, Immortal Army. Chapter 943, Immortal Army. Boom! A wormhole appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and out walked many black-robed people. 100 of such men gathered behind Xia Tao. Each of them emanated a powerful aura and a fierce, killing intent. They were all Dao masters. Every single one of them was a Dao master. To this, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. There was 100 Dao masters in the Xia clan. No, these people resemble Dao masters, but their aura is a bit strange, Lord of Circes Island muttered. The others noticed it as well. These people emanated a strange aura that typically came from a dying warrior. However, the life of an expert in the eternal realm of the eternal world was eternal. Unless killed, a Dao master could live forever. However, the aura of these people was strong and deadly. Something wasn't right. This is the Xia clan's Immortal army? There are as many as 100 people? Emperor Lung looked at the group of men in shock. She knew there was an Immortal army in the clan, and she was also familiar with their origins. In the past, the clan obtained an incomparably cruel secret skill by chance. The secret skill allowed an expert at the top of Eternal Realm to open up a Dao in a short time and become a Dao master. However, the cost was steep. They would be stagnant at rank 1 after becoming Dao masters through the skill. It was the most common and even the weakest type of Dao masters. Their life expectancy would also be greatly limited. Those who cultivated this secret skill could live for only 100,000 years. There was no cure for their limited lifespan. The Xia clan had been cultivating the Immortal army ever since they discovered the skill. When a member of the army died, there would be a replacement immediately. After so many years, they had paid an unimaginable price to maintain the existence of their army. There had been countless people in the top level of the Eternal Realm alone who had sacrificed their lives for this. The Immortal army is finally coming to play after we spend so many years building the army at a great cost. Xia Tao sneered. Then a majestic and sturdy elderly man walked out the group of 100 black-robed figures and stood next to him. Is that Xia Ming? Xia Ming, the previous master of the Xia clan. Didn't the old dog die 1,000,000 years ago? How can he be alive now? Exclamations rose in the crowd when the elderly man appeared. The previous master of the Xia clan had been even more powerful than Xia Tao, perhaps even stronger than Emperor Shao and Emperor Leng. How could he still be alive? The Xia clan indeed had its resources. Emperor Leng smirked. The Xia clan's trump card would have horrified her were she not in the same camp as them. Instead, it simply overjoyed her to have such formidable reinforcements. Let's get started. Xia Tao looked at the strong old man next to him. Xia Ming gave a small nod before waving his hand. March on the Immortal army. Boom! The 100 Dao masters from the Immortal army charged into the battlefield. Oh no! We're in trouble. Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and the experts on the other camp were all shocked. Their side had the upper hand before the Immortal army came into the battle. Now, their opponents were much stronger, and victory looked likely for them. Hurry up and think of a way to block them. These Dao masters are just the most common and weakest of their ranks. Be careful, and you'll still get a chance to kill them. Emperor Shao continued to bellow in encouragement. No matter how he called out, it was a fact that their camp was greatly outnumbered now that the 100 Dao masters of the Immortal army had come into play. Emperor Zhao's camp was almost instantaneously crushed, with his Dao masters falling one after another. One of the 10 war gods was already dead before the Immortal army showed up, and now 3 more were killed. Even Di Jing had sustained severe injuries. Emperor Shao, we can't hold on anymore. Bai Ming Hao, master of the Bai Ming clan, shouted. Emperor Zhao's face darkened. Do we have to run away like the last time? He clasped his hands, his heart twisting with agony. I don't want it. He didn't want to run away. On the other side, Jian Wushuang, Leng Rushuang paid no mind to the changes in the battlefield. She immediately ran to the sinkhole below after Gutong, the 7-star imperial god, appeared and stopped the soothsayer. She looked anxious. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how the soothsayer pierced through Jian Wushuang's chest with his sword. She finally found Jian Wushuang at the bottom of the sinkhole. He lied quietly on the ground, the bull-sized cavity on his chest healing at an alarming rate. By the time she reached her, his wound had mostly healed. Jian Wushuang smiled at her and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was still alive. She didn't know that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough and reached the 3rd step in defiance of the natural order. Even if he wanted to die, the new realm would keep him alive forever. The soothsayer had pierced through his chest and shattered his heart, but the injuries would not kill him. Moreover, he had Gu King, the plenilune centipede, in his body. Gu King had a powerful healing ability that rapidly mended his injuries. He was now almost fully recovered. The situation is very bad. Go and help Emperor Shao. You don't have to worry about me. I'll recover in no time, Jian Wushuang said solemnly. Leng Rushuang looked at his nearly healed chest and made up her mind. She immediately left for the battlefield. He lied in the sinkhole, while his consciousness communicated with Gu King. Gu King, I remember you once said that in time of crisis, I can forcefully absorb King Luo Zhen's blood essence for a chance to live, Jian Wushuang said. What do you want to do? Gu King became obviously tense. You tell me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 944. Ancient God's Wrath and Plenilune's Roar. Chapter 944. Ancient God's Wrath and Plenilune's Roar. Don't be stupid, Jian Wushuang. Gu King said urgently, the essence blood in your body is something that King Luo Zhen left behind at great cost. It's very rare. If you take your time and slowly absorb it, you'll surely become a top expert. If you force it now, it can only temporarily improve your strength. It'll just be a waste, and once it erodes you, you'll suffer greatly. Besides, there's a chance that we can still turn the situation around. Those experts on your side may have some cards up their sleeves. In the worst-case scenario, you can just run and make a comeback again in the future. Make a comeback again in the future. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a smile. This battle started because of me. How can I hide during a crisis? Do you think I am a coward? He was determined to make use of the essence blood wrapped within his bloodline power. Suddenly, his bloodline power erupted and swallowed 10% of the essence blood. Jian Wushuang, Gu King, who resided inside him, shouted anxiously. He was relieved when he saw that Jian Wushuang had only swallowed 10% of the essence blood. Fortunately, it's only 10% of it. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had wasted 10% of the essence blood, but fortunately, there was still 90% of it left. Jian Wushuang's bloodline power surged wildly after swallowing the essence blood. He stood up in the sinkhole and then slowly rose above while bathed in dark golden light. In the beginning, the light covered only his chest, but it soon enveloped his entire body. The shape of quadrangular stars began flashing between his eyebrows. The first star appeared, followed by the second and third. The last one was particularly dazzling. 3-star ancient god. He had become a perfect ancient god of imperial kinsmen. Jian Wushuang lifted his head to reveal a pair of eyes that had completely turned dark golden. Lightning seemed to sparkle in his pupils in an arc. He looked at the battlefield where Emperor Zhao's men had retreated far into the distance, while the opposing Tao masters frantically pursued them. This was especially true for the Immortal army of the Xia clan. The army consisted of many people with the strength of a Tao master. The worst factor was that they were afraid of dying on the battlefield because they would not live long anyway. The situation was incredibly bad for Emperor Zhao's camp. Fortunately, the national master couldn't get away from King Gutong. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang looked at the battle far from him, where King Gutong was fiercely grappling with the soothsayer. Many people were watching, but none dared to step in. The two men were rather evenly matched. It seemed that their fight would last a long time before a victor would emerge. Jian Wushuang, let me out. The voice of Gu King rang in Jian Wushuang's head. I haven't been in a battle for a long time. When you're weak, I'm weak too. Now that you're at the top level of 3-star thanks to the blood essence, I'm also much stronger and can use my secret skills. Jian Wushuang gave a small nod and focused his mind to let Gu King out. Soon, a scarlet light glimmered from the mysterious scarlet crack in his arm and a large body appeared in the void. Gu King was covered in terrifying reddish-brown scales and equipped with numerous tentacles. He was so large that he seemed to fill up the space around him. However, due to Jian Wushuang's influence, Gu King's body was smaller compared to when he was in the Stellar Fog Sea. Back in the Stellar Fog Sea, the body of Gu King was so large that he could form a huge island. However, he was now only 100 feet long. Even so, he was still a terrifying sight due to his ferocious appearance and the horrible killing intent. His killing intent was incredibly potent. Jian Wushuang, work with me. Gu King's voice rang again. Jian Wushuang had skyrocketed to 10 feet high and his skin had turned dark golden. Standing on Gu King's massive head, he asked, how? You know how to use the 3 secret skills of ancient gods. Just exert the mind-controlling secret skill with all your strength, said Gu King. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. Ready, Gu King instructed. Go. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted as he used the mind-controlling secret skill that he had already prepared. He used the skill at full strength, amplified by the ancient god power at the top level of 3-star, as well as the divergent bloodstone. It felt as if thousands of sharp spikes pierced into his consciousness. Simultaneously, Gu King lifted his head. While Jian Wushuang was using his skill, there was also a violent aura surging from Gu King's body. Plenilune's secret skill, Roar. frighteningly vicious currents swirled in the air. Gu King then opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath before letting out an earth-shattering roar. The roar was so violent that everything between heaven and earth trembled. Hoot! The sharp and intense roar rocked everything in the world, even time and space. The sound waves caused ripples to form in the void in front of Gu King. These ripples rapidly expanded before finally shrouding the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, the experts from both camps were still engaged in a fierce battle. In fact, one side was obviously prevailing over the other. Under the leadership of the Immortal Army, the camp of Emperor Lung and the Xia clan was madly chasing after the Dao masters of Emperor Zhao's camp, the casualties of which were heavy. Then the roar resounded. What? The Dao masters all turned toward the direction of which the roar came from. What's that? They all saw Gu King's massive body, but could not recognize what it was. The roar resounded again, and the waves of ripples also subsequently spread. The ripples contained the horrible sound wave attack formed by the secret skills that Plenilune Centipede Gu King used. They also carried the consciousness attack formed by the mind-controlling secret skills that Jian Wushuang used. The perfect match between the two had created this fearsome attack. This was the Plenilune's roar, as well as the ancient god's wrath. Chapter 945, Overturning the Situation. Chapter 945, Overturning the Situation. The ripples that carried the sound wave attack and consciousness attack covered the entire battlefield, passing through it at an alarming rate. Obviously, the ripples didn't affect the Dao masters in Emperor Zhao's camp. Meanwhile, the ripples stopped the hundreds of Dao masters of the Immortal Army who had rushed to the forefront of the battlefield. Their bodies shook violently and many bled from their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears. The ripples then swept over Emperor Lung's holy guards and other experts of the Xia clan. Most of them groaned in pain, and several even had blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. The ripples continued to sweep through the entire battlefield, but soon vanished into thin air. The battlefield, even the entire world, was shrouded in sheer silence. The next moment, in the most central part of the battlefield, over at Emperor Lung and the Xia clan's side, whoosh, 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 many bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. Soon, nearly 100 bodies lined the ground. Most bodies belonged to the members of the Immortal Army. Only 3 Dao masters of the camp, which originally boasted of exactly 100 Dao masters, were left after the attack. Aside from those who died in the hands of the experts aligned to Emperor Shao earlier, the rest were killed by the ripples and fell to the ground. The ripples had slaughtered nearly 100 Dao masters. Impossible. The roar shook the entire world. The experts of the Xia clan, especially Xia Tao and Xia Ming, were both horrified and furious. Their emotions were also running wild. Their clan had spent so much time, energy, and money building their immortal army. Now nearly 100 of their Dao masters had been killed just like that. The remaining 3 of the army were also physically and mentally hurt and had almost lost their fighting power. The entire immortal army had been wiped out in such a short time. This is... The Dao masters in Emperor Zhao's camp were also stunned and turned to look at the source of the ripples. Jian Wushuang. Emperor Shao recognized the person standing atop Gu King's head at a glance, even though Jian Wushuang's body had expanded and his skin had turned dark golden. It's Jian Wushuang. That little bastard had united with the exotic beast. The Xia clansmen glared at Jian Wushuang in anger. That little bastard is still alive. Xia Tao roared. He had lost his son, Xia Meng, in this war. It was Gu Tong who trampled and killed Xia Meng. Now the immortal army, which their clan had built at great costs, was also destroyed. Such a huge loss. His loss was too great for him to bear. That bastard is responsible for everything that happened today. If not for him, Manger would have lived to marry Lung Rushuang. The marriage alliance between our clan and Emperor Lung would have also been successful. Everything was supposed to go as planned, but that little bastard ruined everything. Xia Tao glowered at Jian Wushuang with enmity and anger. Little bastard, I'll kill you. With his fierce scream, a horrible killing intent burst out of Xia Tao's body. He was like a raging lion as he threw himself in Jian Wushuang's direction. His surging killing intent soon enveloped Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who stood atop Gu Qing's head, was shocked when he saw the situation of the battlefield. Gu Qing, did you cause all this with your roar? He asked in shock. Of course, Gu Qing answered. However, your consciousness attack also played a part. But it's also because the Dao Masters of the Immortal Army aren't real Dao Masters. Not real Dao Masters. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Those Dao Masters must have become Dao Master by using a vicious secret skill at a great price. But their type is even weaker than those who rely on Bodhidon pills. They're actually at the level of Eternal Realm in nature. Gu Qing sneered. The secret skill I used is an ordinary skill, but it's a sound wave attack and covers a wide range. More importantly, it's combined with your consciousness attack. Your consciousness attack targeted them first, which few of them could resist. Then my sound waves shattered their life cores after they lose their ability to react. It's that simple. I see, Jian Wushuang said. It was no wonder only the Immortal Army had been destroyed, but Emperor Lung's holy guards and several of the real Dao Masters of the Xia clan survived. Emperor Zhao's camp had been nearly defeated, but with the annihilation of the Immortal Army, the situation was instantly reversed. And it was all thanks to Jian Wushuang. The experts in Emperor Zhao's camp rejoiced. With the Immortal Army destroyed, the next step is to deal with the remaining Dao Masters of the Xia clan, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Just then, he happened to see Xia Tao coming toward him with heinous killing intent. Xia Tao, master of the Xia clan, is a Dao Master at rank 3 and close to the top of rank 3. Jian Wushuang carried the Blood Mountain sword in hand, which carried a power much stronger than before. Next to him, the Ninth Heaven sword formation, formed by 12 1-meter swords, had already materialized. Jian Wushuang's battle-intent sword. Get ready, King Gu said. Okay, Jian Wushuang said. Chu. Gu Qing's body, which was hundreds of meters long, sprang toward the enemy at lightning speed, all while emanating a horrible aura. Then, Jian Wushuang jumped out. Bang! Gu Qing stopped in front of Xia Tao and then turned his giant body, shooting his tentacles at Xia Tao like they were thousands of vicious snakes. Get off me! Xia Tao shouted. He swiped Gu Qing with his giant axe. Gu Qing's tentacles were cut in half. However, Gu Qing opened his mouth and scarlet gas spurted out. Chapter 946, The Decrepit Old Man. Chapter 946, The Decrepit Old Man. Not only did the scarlet mist smell disgusting, but it also corroded the world at a maddening pace. Soon, it completely enveloped Xia Tao's body. Poison. Xia Tao's expression shifted as he sensed that the scarlet mist was corroding his body. The rate of corrosion was extremely slow because of his physical strength, but the mist also blocked his sight and consciousness. Clang! A lavender-flowing light spun madly, like a rapidly rotating awl, and struck his head with a sharp and harsh sound. Xia Tao snorted and raised the giant axe in his hands. The heaven-shattering momentum rose along with his movement. This giant axe was like a weapon of the gods that dominated heaven and earth. He wielded it with wrath. Clang! Following the ringing of metal colliding, the void shattered into smithereens. Xia Tao's face darkened, and he could not help retreating to the rear because of the strong brisance. The rapidly rotating all paused for a mere moment in front of him before landing on his head with an alarming speed. How is that possible? Xia Tao looked in front of him in surprise. It was Jian Wushuang, the owner of the Lavender All. However, Jian Wushuang was obviously just an Eternal Realm expert. Xia Tao was a real rank 3 Dao Master, almost the peak of rank 3. How could I end up being the inferior one in this confrontation? Is the power of the Lavender All really that strong? He did not know that Jian Wushuang had already absorbed the strength of King Luo Zhen's essence blood. Just 10% of it gave him the battle strength of a peak 3-star Imperial Kinsman Ancient God. Those in the Ancient God clan had a huge advantage in bloodline compared to ordinary warriors. The 3-star Ancient God was equivalent to the level of ordinary Dao Master. The peak of 3-star corresponded to Dao Masters in the peak of rank 3. The Imperial Kinsman Ancient God at the peak of 3-star was equivalent to Dao Masters in the peak of rank 3. Xia Tao might be close to possessing the strength of Dao Masters in the peak of rank 3. He nevertheless did not truly possess it. Naturally, Jian Wushuang was able to suppress him. Die! Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted as the bloodline power surged in his body and continuous power flowed into the 9th heaven sword formation. The lavender lightsaber from the 9th heaven sword formation glowed brighter and brighter, bursting out even stronger power at an even higher speed. The lavender lightsaber struck Xia Tao again and again. In addition, Gu King's thousands of tentacles were charging madly at Xia Tao at an incredible speed. Even if Xia Tao could chop off some of them, Gu King's frightening resilience meant he could make an instant recovery. How could this happen? This is impossible. Xia Tao's tone was full of shock and anger. He came here with the intention of killing Jian Wushuang to avenge his 2 sons and the Immortal Army. Yet, Jian Wushuang ended up completely suppressing him in their battle and throwing him into a state of panic. When the Immortal Army was completely annihilated on the battlefield, many of the Dao Masters on Emperor Zhao's side struck back immediately. Though the emergence of the Immortal Army had cost many Dao Masters on Emperor Zhao's side, their top-tier battle strength was still there. Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, Lord of Cirsus Island, Xue Lingtian, and Lung Rushuang were all available. Comparatively, the top-tier battle strength of the camp of Emperor Lung and the Xia clan was much worse. Xia Tao's elimination meant only Emperor Lung, Xia Ming, and the severely wounded Xia Yu were left. Moreover, Jian Wushuang and Gu King's bellow that killed nearly 100 Dao Masters truly frightened them. Thus, Emperor Zhao's camp enjoyed an overwhelming superiority when they began their counterattack. More than half of the 24 heavenly guards were now dead, as were many Dao Masters of the Xia clan. During the counterattack, Xue Lingtian targeted Xia Yu, the severely wounded Great Elder of Xia clan, and joined forces with Di Jing to kill him. The situation was completely reversed thanks to Jian Wushuang and Gu King's terrifying trick. If this goes on, my heavenly guards will all die here. Emperor Lung's eyes turned icy cold. She then shouted, Xia Tao, what about the decrepit old man of the Xia clan? Why isn't he lending a hand yet? The decrepit old man of the Xia clan? Many of the Dao Masters in Emperor Zhao's camp was startled. On the battlefield, shrouded with scarlet mist, Jian Wushuang's 9th heaven sword formation continued to suppress Xia Tao until the latter could barely fight back. His face darkened after hearing that. The ancestor has been practicing in isolation for a while. It's a critical time for him. His strength will be greatly improved if he can go through it. He will be able to get more benefits when carving up the thing with National Master and Emperor Lung. So, he told us not to disturb him unless it's an emergency. Xia Tao hesitated momentarily before making his decision. The purpose of the ancestors' retreat is to get more benefits from National Master and Emperor Lung. If Emperor Zhao's camp defeats National Master and Emperor Lung today, The ancestor and the Xia clan will get nothing. Given the circumstances, Xia Tao gritted his teeth and a token immediately showed up in his hand. He then crushed the token. The moment the token was crushed, a statue inside a secret chamber underneath Xia clan's camp billion of miles away reacted. The stones that covered the statue shattered, revealing a silver-haired elder. The man was slim and had a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows that framed his face. With a twitch of his eyebrows, he opened his eyes and a red light glinted in his pupils. Suddenly, a dark flame appeared in front of him. The flame kept burning in the void without ever going out. The silver-haired elder waved his hand and the void cracked open. That crack was connected to the token that Xia Tao had crushed on the battlefield. The next moment, he threw himself into the crack. Buzz. The silver-haired elder showed up out of thin air on the battlefield and stood next to Xia Tao. The moment he showed up, the ninth heaven sword formation manipulated by Jian Wushuang struck him like a thunderbolt. The silver-haired elder narrowed his eyes. Humph! His snort seemed to contain the will of heaven and earth. Following this, the ninth heaven sword formation flew backward and the endless scarlet mist dissipated in an instant. Chapter 947, Celestial Master. Chapter 947, Celestial Master. What? Jian Wushuang steadied himself and looked at the silver-haired elder who had made a sudden appearance in front of him. Jian Wushuang possessed the strength of an imperial kinsman ancient god at the peak of the 3-star level, strong enough to suppress even Xia Tao with his ninth heaven sword formation. Yet this old man's snort alone had sent his formation flying. What kind of strength was that? Jian Wushuang, be careful. This person ought to be a rank 4 Tao Master. Gu Qing's voice resounded inside him. Rank 4 Tao Master? Jian Wushuang was stunned. There are only 3 ranks for Tao Master, aren't there? There are 4 of them, but those in rank 4 are so much stronger than those in rank 3 that no one actually refers to them as such. People call them the Celestial Masters. Gu Qing said, Celestial Master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Holy Master is the supreme level among Tao Masters, and this level isn't something that you can achieve by opening up the 4th way. It needs other conditions, so only very few talents actually reach this level. Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and Emperor Lung are only 1 step away from Holy Master, and can even be called halfway Holy Masters. However, they're still not real Holy Masters at the end of the day. However, the one in front of you is a real Celestial Master. Gu Qing said seriously, Of course, Celestial Masters are strong, but they're nowhere near as powerful as the National Master and King Gutong. Those 2 have already surpassed the level of Tao Masters. Really? Jian Wushuang was left breathless after hearing that. The level of Holy Masters was indeed the supreme level out of all the levels for Tao Masters. While Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and Emperor Lung were top-tier Tao Masters, they were merely in the peak of rank 3. They could barely be called halfway Holy Masters and were much inferior compared to the real thing. Thus, the silver-haired elder in front of him was much stronger than Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and Emperor Lung. The Tao Masters fighting on the battlefield also noticed the silver-haired elder's arrival. The faces of those in Emperor Zhao's camp darkened with hostility. The ancestor of the Xia clan. It's him. To think that the decrepit old man would still be in the Xia clan after disappearing for so many years. Voices filled with fear resounded one after another. Xia Yong. Emperor Zhao's expression was exceptionally dark. He was well aware of the strength of the ancestor of the Xia clan. The Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land might be able to suppress the clan when it was at its peak, with Emperor Qing assuming personal command. After all, Emperor Qing's strength alone was almost comparable to that of the Emperor of Tang, who in turn was much stronger than the ancestor of the Xia clan. Ever since Emperor Qing died and Emperor of Tang disappeared years ago, No one in the entire country could rival the ancestor of the Xia clan. That was the reason for the explosive growth of the clan's power. Even Emperor Lung had to form an alliance with them through a political marriage. The reason for all of this was the ancestor of the Xia clan, Xia Yong. Xia Yong stood calmly in the void, his eyes focused on another battlefield in the distance. National Master? There's another person. Is it the legendary ancient god clan? Xia Yong was a little taken aback when he heard the horrifying sounds coming from the other battlefield. Despite being a holy master, he dared not to get involved in a fierce battle like that. Ancestor. Great Elder Xiaoyu is dead, as is a couple of our Dao masters. That includes my son, Xiameng. The Immortal army is also wiped out. Xia Tao, who stood next to Xia Yong, said, Xia Yong narrowed his eyes. It's him. It's all because of this little bastard. He's the one who caused all this mess. Xia Tao pointed at Jian Wushuang, looking a little crazed. Oh. Xia Yong glanced at Jian Wushuang with hostility. Then a whooshing resounded. He pounced on Jian Wushuang as his body turned illusory. Oh no! Jian Wushuang was shocked. Retreat now! Gu Qing shouted. Jian Wushuang retreated as quickly as he could. Not far away, two people were equally shocked to see Xia Yong attacking Jian Wushuang. One of them was Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian. The other was Lung Rushuang. They immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang without hesitation. Damn it, he's too fast. I can't escape. Jian Wushuang turned to look at Xia Yong, who was close on his heels. He put on an expression of grim-faced determination. If I can't run, I'll fight. There was also a trace of madness that flitted across Jian Wushuang's face. His ninth heaven sword formation was drawing power at a maddening place, including a divine Yin thunder. It was promptly spat out. Ridiculous! Xia Yong snorted and waved once. The ninth heaven sword formation flew backward again. A blast of enormous power struck Jian Wushuang at the same time. Puff! Blood spewed from Jian Wushuang's mouth, and his face immediately turned pale. Xia Yong was about to attack again and kill Jian Wushuang, but right then, a sharp knife essence made him its target. Xia Yong looked at the void near him in surprise. There, a scarlet-robed Xue Lingtian emanating such potent killing intent that it was as if he had bathed in a bloody sea. Xia Yong saw him raise his saber. The sharp knife essence had originated from this saber. That saber! Xia Yong narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the saber in Xue Lingtian's hand was so extraordinary that no ordinary emperor weapon was its rival. Not even a top-tier emperor weapon could emit such a strong killing intent. Interesting. Xia Yong smiled and stood there waiting for Xue Lingtian's sword light. Xue Lingtian's face was a little warped as he accumulated power in his saber. This was the strongest move he could make so far. He simultaneously triggered a secret skill contained in the saber at the risk of sustaining grievous injuries. This saber was from his master Xian Yi. The secret skill contained in the saber was certainly extraordinary. Finally, the power accumulating in his saber came to a peak. Xue Lingtian then swung his saber downward with a terrifying roar. The blade light swept through the void and cleaved it in half. Chapter 948, Seething in Anger. Chapter 948, Seething in Anger. The icy cold saber shadow hissed as it crossed the ninth heaven. Xue Lingtian stood amidst the storm with a bloodied face and a pair of eyes brimming with madness and determination. This move was his best. He had placed all of his energy into it without regarding the consequences. This was also the best he could do for his junior brother. The blade light seemed capable of piercing all the sharp aura. Even Xia Yong was forced to move. Not bad. Xia Yong nodded, but subsequently extended his hands to reveal the dry and somewhat yellowed skin on his palms. Two strange powers were fusing on his palms. One was a raging and scorching power, while the other was calm and stately. The two distinctive powers were perfectly combined in Xia Yong's palms. Open. Xia Yong struck at the void in front of him. This move sent tremor down the whole world, and the cracked space began to rapidly spread. Before Xue Lingtian's strong blade light could get close to Xia Yong, a giant palm print that harbored two distinct powers appeared out of thin air. The palm print that seemed to harbor all the force of the world struck the blade light. Boom! A fierce roar sounded, accompanied by a horrifying power that spread in all directions. Xue Lingtian, who stood in the core of this power, felt his hand shaking. Then, at the next moment, his saber was instantly flung away. Scram! Xia Yong waved his sleeves, and his horrible power immediately formed a huge palm print that bombarded Xue Lingtian. Xue Lingtian trembled violently as he coughed up blood thrice. His body was thrown backward, like a cannonball being fired. Senior brother! Jian Wushuang was shocked. I'm sorry, junior brother. I tried my best. When Xue Lingtian's sad laughter reached Jian Wushuang's ears, he saw the former's body crashing onto a heap of rubble. For a moment, there was no vitality coming from Xue Lingtian. Rage swept Jian Wushuang. Before he could dwell on it, however, he saw an elegant figure dressed in a white robe appearing in front of him. Lung Rushuang, he said, a little stunned. White airflow wrapped Lung Rushuang's entire body, and she emitted a freezing aura. This was the consequence of the complete unraveling of the seal in her body. I'll never allow anyone to hurt him. Her voice carried unprecedented firmness and determination. The white airflow bounced on her right hand like white flames, but these flames were freezing cold. When Xia Yong had seriously injured Xue Lingtian and once again pounced on Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang's eyes glinted as she unleashed her freezing aura. Die! Following her scream, the white airflow around her condensed into an adult-sized white flame in the shape of a sword. It flew out as soon as it took shape. The sword left a trail of white sprays as it made a sudden appearance in front of Xia Yong. Xia Yong could feel the terrifying freezing aura of the sword as it aimed for him. He swung his dry and yellow palms and blocked the sword with his perfectly fused twin powers. Boom! The sword snapped into two, leaking a mass of white flames. What? When Xia Yong looked at his right palm, he could see a hint of whiteness on it. More importantly, the speck of whiteness was rapidly spreading all over his palm at an incredible speed. What a horrible poison! Though he was shocked, he quickly gathered himself and shook his palms. His twin powers then charged toward the white area and took only a short moment to disperse it. Lung Rushuang's icy heart poison was indeed dreadful and could be considered the top poison through the ages. However, Xia Yong was a celestial master. He could still dispel the little amount of it with ease. Your Emperor Lung's daughter? Xia Yong was cold and brusque. You should have married Xia Meng. Since he's now dead, you should join him in the afterlife. Xia Yong wasn't at all concerned about the fact that she was Emperor Lung's daughter. He gripped his right hand, once again melding the two distinct powers. He made another move all of a sudden. It was even more powerful this time. Stop, Lung Rushuang. Retreat now. Now. Jian Wushuang wasn't far behind her and began shouting at her like a madman when he noticed Xia Yong's killing intent. However, there was a touch of determination on Lung Rushuang's pretty face. She heard Jian Wushuang's warning, but had no intention of retreating. After all, Jian Wushuang was not far behind her. Buzz! The endless white airflow took the shape of a light cocoon around her. Bang! Xia Yong landed a palm attack on the white light cocoon, and his horrible power instantly erupted. The white light cocoon managed to put a resistance due to its uncommon power, but it was fleeting. Crack! The light cocoon cracked open to reveal Lung Rushuang. Xia Yang's powerful palm print continued to charge ahead and ended up hitting her directly. Jian Wushuang! Lung Rushuang uttered a shrill scream. Run! Boom! Xia Yang's palm landed on Lung Rushuang. She felt a jolt running through her body and coughed up blood, the blood staining her white robe and beautiful hair. She fell down like a kite that was cut loose. On her way down, she turned ever so slightly to look in Jian Wushuang's direction and open her mouth a little. She didn't make any sound and merely mouthed the words. Jian Wushuang could read her lips as she mouthed the words. I don't regret it. He watched her body fall down in the void with an empty gaze until he read her lips. Boom! It felt as if thousands of thunderbolts struck his mind. His expression immediately turned crazed. Arg! Xia Yong, I'm going to kill you. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned bloody as his hair danced crazily around his head. He let out a bellow that could tear apart the ninth heaven and destroy the firmament. This bellow contained his madness and wrath. It contained his determination to avenge his loved ones, even if it meant destroying the world and sacrificing everything, including his life. This was the most furious bellow Jian Wushuang had made since he was born. His sorrow and rage were so apparent in his voice that it was enough to make the world tremble. This time, Jian Wushuang was truly seething in anger. Chapter 949. The Outbreak of 30% of the Blood Essence. Chapter 949. The Outbreak of 30% of the Blood Essence. Jian Wushuang's roar reached all corners of the battlefield and enveloped the entire imperial palace. Everyone who heard him felt a similar jolt down their spirits, and their expressions were one of terror. Jian Wushuang! Gu King immediately turned to look at Jian Wushuang. He felt the bloodline power within Jian Wushuang's body once again reaching for the drop of blood essence from King Luozhen after Jian Wushuang absorbed 10% of it. In a split second, Jian Wushuang had already absorbed 20% of the blood essence. In addition to the first 10% earlier, Jian Wushuang had taken in a whopping 30% of the power of the blood essence. Damn it! Gu King felt despair. Jian Wushuang was wasting whatever he absorbed from the blood essence that King Luozhen left behind. He already found it to be such a great waste when Jian Wushuang engulfed 10% of the blood essence, but now the latter had engulfed 30%. Buzz! The bloodline power burst wildly out of Jian Wushuang's body. His red and icy cold eyes made him a nightmare to look at. Under the cover of the bloodline power, his ancient god power began growing at a frantic speed. The fourth star was swiftly forming on his mid-brows, joining the other 3 quadrangular stars there. Now fully formed, the fourth star began to emanate an exceptionally bright, dark, golden light. It even seemed like a 5th star would be forming, but the light eventually stagnated. Top 4 star Imperial Ancient God. High up in the void, Jian Wushuang's human body had enlarged to become a dark, golden ancient god body that was 10 feet tall. Lightning bolts flashed madly in his similarly colored pupils, reflecting his intense anger. A killing aura so strong that it was enough to strike fear in the gods of the 9th heavens rose from within him. I want all of your Xia clansmen to die alongside Lung Rushuang. Jian Wushuang's roar left his mouth like a fearsome storm, and just as promptly, he also made his move in the massive ancient god body. Clang! 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 Jian Wushuang used his massive feet to tread on earth, his every step causing explosions in the ground. He then stopped and stood still in the void, accompanied by endless anger and murderous aura. He covered the gray-haired old man with indifferent eyes entirely in his shadow. Everyone who detected this murderous aura, including Xiaoyong, the Holy Master, all experienced a change in their expressions. 3 fingers of the ancient god, 1 pointer to destroy the world. Jian Wushuang bellowed, his roar appearing to have emerged from the 9 serenities. Simultaneously, he felt the expanding ancient god power from his body flowing toward his right hand at a startling speed. The majestic ancient god power condensed in his palm. He then made a pointing motion. Boom! A massive spiraling tunnel appeared inside the boundless void out of the blue. It was as if doomsday had descended on them when the 1,000-feet-wide tunnel appeared in the void. Inside this spiraling tunnel was a massive golden finger that emanated a force that stifled all living things in the world. This finger appeared to have been extended from ancient times. Boundless and imposing, it carried a force that was capable of destroying the world. The moment it appeared, the vast heaven and earth seemed to have come to deathly stillness. This was the 3 fingers of the ancient god. Back when Jian Wushuang awakened the ancient god blood within him, he also awakened a part of the ancient god's memories and thus inherited the latter's unique skill. Even though this unique skill was capable of unleashing an earth-shattering power, Jian Wushuang's body had always been too weak to make full use of the skill. However, Jian Wushuang was able to temporarily enhance the ancient god power in him to the peak of 4-star level thanks to the drop of blood essence in him. It allowed him to finally unleash the full might of the unique skill. He pointed with his finger, producing the earth-shattering power that forced even Xiaoyong to move. In the next moment, a terrifying power exploded in the space next to him. One of the dual powers was hot and violent as if it could scorch the world. The other one was majestic and boundless. Even though they were evidently 2 different kinds of powers, they melded perfectly on Xiaoyong's hands. Secret skill, heterodox true form. Light flared inside Xiaoyong's pupils, and in the next moment, he retaliated by sending a palm flying toward the void in front of him. The 2 different kinds of powers exploded, forming a particularly malevolent exotic beast that was 100 feet tall. The beast emanated an unimaginably frightening aura as it lifted its head and roared. Then it ran straight into the golden finger. This collision felt like the collision of 2 worlds. It caused a massive uproar. The terrifying aftermath swiftly spread, forcing the Tao Masters on the battlefield backward. A hint of madness peeked from Jian Wushuang's red eyes as he stood in the center of the collision. He bellowed, and his might, already so terrifyingly strong, once again heightened. Kaboom! The terrifying might caused the exotic beast to collapse to the ground. Even Xiaoyong was thrown backward by 100 miles. Something's wrong with this youngster. Once Xiaoyong regained firm footing, he stared at Jian Wushuang with a pair of steely eyes. He was certain that Jian Wushuang was hiding a secret in his body. Otherwise, there was no way an eternal realm dweller could produce such explosive power. Suddenly, he turned his hand over, and a green ancient sledgehammer appeared on his palm out of thin air. There was a layer of dark radiance that enveloped the surface of the sledgehammer, enough to frighten those who look at it. It's been many years since I last fought. I didn't expect that I'd be forced to use all of my strength when I fight again, and that my opponent would a nobody in the eternal realm. Xiaoyong muttered to himself, gripping the sledgehammer in his hand. A force so strong that it could easily crush the void was rapidly gathering in the sledgehammer. Jian Wushuang, who stood opposite to Xiaoyong, once again stepped forward. This time, his momentum and murderous aura reached new heights. The 2nd finger of the ancient god, star extinguishing, his earth-shattering roar reverberated in the void. Inside, the majestic storm formed out of stars. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He appeared crazed as an endless stream of ancient god power frantically flowed into the finger on his right hand. He had demonstrated the 2nd part of the top unique skill of the ancient god clan. 3 fingers of the ancient god. The 1st finger had the power to break barriers. The 2nd finger had the power to extinguish stars. Yet another empty space appeared in the void above the imperial palace. The empty space began to frantically spread, mercilessly engulfing the gravel and dust that were flying in the air above the imperial palace. Then a huge monster appeared out of nowhere in the center of the empty space. This was a towering, illusory figure of an ancient god. The illusory figure was 10,000 feet tall. The impressively tall figure was a whopping 10 times larger than Gu King Tong, who was locked in a fierce battle with the national master. The illusory figure seemed to have stepped out of ancient times, and what was visible now was merely a part of his body. Even so, his appearance was already shocking enough. Power gathered in the finger of the massive and tall illusory figure of an ancient god. It then made a pointing motion. The second finger of the ancient god was about to be unleashed. Chapter 950. Power to Shatter the World. Chapter 950. Power to Shatter the World. The massively tall illusory figure of the ancient god pointed its earth-shattering finger. At the same time, a layer of gold light descended. Wherever the light traveled, there would be explosion after explosion ringing in the void. Its finger had yet to fall entirely, but there was already terrifying aftermath spreading in all directions at a frantic speed. Xia Yong stood in front of an enormous finger with a grim expression on his wizened face. He then unleashed his holy master might, the secret skill of the universe, monster slaying. His twin set of forces had risen to their peak. The green sledgehammer in his hand was shaking violently, emanating a majestic might. Endless power gathered on his yellow palm, and immediately his palm turned entirely red. Following the sharp increase in the size of the sledgehammer in his hand, Xia Yong charged at the finger in the void. His attack detonated the entire world. The explosion shattered the void into smithereens. Above it, terrifying aftermath rippled. These ripples surged toward the finger in succession, swiftly weakening its power. Huge amounts of the ancient god power imbued in the finger dissipated in all directions. By the time the finger truly came into contact with the sledgehammer, the former had already had its power reduced by 90%. However, the rest of the power had thoroughly exploded. Following the massive explosion, a stifled groan came out of Xia Yong's mouth. He was forced to take 3 steps backward in retreat, each step spanning 100 miles. How is it possible that I'm at a disadvantage? Xia Yong appeared stunned. He had unleashed all of his holy master might. In fact, he had even used his strongest secret skill. Yet he was still forced backward by Jian Wushuang's second pointer and reduced into a state of disadvantage. Just then, Jian Wushuang, whose face was so warped that it was hard to tell it was him, bellowed once again. He patted his chest, forced the blood essence out of his body. He gripped the blood essence firmly in his hand. With a pair of eyes that harbored an unprecedented level of madness, he once again pointed at Xia Yong. The third finger of the ancient god, world-shattering. Boom! He abruptly triggered the boundless ancient god power. The third finger of the ancient god originated from the inheritance that Jian Wushuang awakened. It was something that he knew how to use the moment he awakened those memories, but unfortunately, he was not equipped with the strength to unleash its true might. Things were different now, since engulfing the 30% of the ancient god power in the blood essence and reaching the peak of the 4-star level, he was able to unleash its full power, even if just barely. Before the illusory figure of the ancient god hovering in the empty space in the void could fully dissipate, Jian Wushuang's action caused the figure to begin solidifying again. This time, it became so solid that it appeared almost tangible. Simultaneously, he had taken a step forward with his other feet. His feet had solidified into a tangible form. There was only half of the illusory figure in the beginning, yet it was now complete. The now complete illusory figure now emanated an aura that was many times stronger than when Jian Wushuang made his second move. Go to hell! Jian Wushuang's hair was windswept as he let out a crazed roar. His roar shocked the hearts and minds of every martial artist present. It was a kind of fear that struck deep into their souls. Under everyone's intense gaze, a shocking radiant light burst out of the eyes of the enormously tall, illusory figure. Then it once again pointed at Xiaoyong. This action immediately broke the barrier, extinguished the stars, and shattered the world. This action harbored a shockingly terrifying might. This action also carried Jian Wushuang's unprecedented anger. This action even contained his endless love for Lung Rushuang. This was his anger toward the crown and his revenge for Lung Rushuang and his senior brother. Boom! The terrifying pointing motion surged madly to the sky, crushing everything that stood between heaven and earth. A shocked expression crossed Xiaoyong's wizened face as he stood underneath the finger. There's an even stronger move from him. He was panicking. This was the first time in the many years since he became a holy master that he felt fear. That was merely the second finger earlier. Even though he managed to block it, he was nevertheless forced to use his full strength and eventually forced into a state of disadvantage. The third finger was now several times stronger than the second. Even though it was him, he could not help feeling as if he would be unable to block this attack. Xia Yong snorted coldly, his gaze once again taking on a crazed quality. I don't believe that an eternal realm dweller like you can really cause such trouble. Come at me. Xia Yong's expression turned exceptionally malevolent as he bellowed again and again. His terrifying holy master power was once again concentrated in his hand. The differing twin forces in his body climbed to a peak. Xia Yong made his move. He remained as domineering as ever as he swung his sledgehammer. It was his strongest swing, containing his pride as a holy master expert and confidence in his strength. This swing contained a strength that was capable of flattening the world. The enormous golden finger that was capable of destroying the world and the sledgehammer that was capable of flattening the world hovered in the void. They collided. Buzz! Strange aftermath ripples began spreading, continuously absorbing the power imbued in the finger. However, the golden finger effortlessly slammed through all obstacles and collided with the sledgehammer in a flash. Bam! The world seemed to crash around them. Kaboom! The terrifying might formed a storm of power that emanated great pressure. Xia Yong stood under the storm of power with his eyes narrowed. His gray and long hair were billowed around him, and his clothes were all tattered. However, his gaze harbored a never-before-seen madness. This is impossible. Impossible. I'm a holy master who is considered unparalleled in the ancient world. How can I lose to an eternal world dweller like you? I refuse to believe it. Bellows of madness came out of Xia Yong's mouth without ceasing. His face was now a terrifying shade of red. The two forces madly collided, wands suppressed each other. For a moment, there was no clear victory. Swoosh! Just then, an enormous figure of red appeared next to Xia Yong and spoke in a cold, yet unusually deep voice. You old little thing, did you forget about me? Chapter 951, Alive. Chapter 951, Alive. What? Xia Yong jumped, startled by Gu King, who was beside him. Gu King's former body was tens of meters long, but it had grown into a slithery mass tenfold longer than before, with a sharp increase in strength as Jian Wushuang absorbed 30% of Blood Ascent's power and had 4 stars agglomerated between his eyebrows. By now, Gu King's massive trunk coiled not far away from Xia Yong, his jaws baring in a wide and wicked grin. The divine rays of the 9 tunes technique of the Plenilun's secret skills. Gu King emitted a deafening howl. His wide-opened mouth glowed brightly in red with bloodthirsty malice, and he hurled himself toward Xia Yong. Swish! The red glow flaring from his mouth formed a streaking crimson flash as it shot straight at Xia Yong at great speeds, aiming at the latter's head. This is bad. Panic and fear instantly swept across Xia Yong's mangled face. Overcome by horror, he staggered backward. Xia Yong managed to keep himself out of the way of the flaming serpentine behemoth charging at him. But his lurch backward was also his undoing. It had sent him into the path of Jian Wushuang's finger, the world-shattering technique. Die, Xia Yong, you filthy mongrel! Jian Wushuang's roar echoed loudly. Rumble! The finger technique that could shatter even the foundations of the world has appeared. The world-shattering technique. A gigantic finger of gold struck heavily upon Xia Yong, releasing the powerful ancient god power contained within its stroke. New. Xia Yong gave a terrifying shriek, his eyes utterly wide with shock as the gargantuan finger of gold crushed down on him. The golden finger pushed and flattened Xia Yong, delving deep into the ground. Bang! A huge crater was formed where the golden finger had struck. A huge hole was in the center of the crater where the finger had burrowed, growing larger as the huge force continued tunneling downwards. The grounds began to shake and the sky began to tremble. But everything fell into a pale and deathly silence. The entire surrounding had been engulfed by a huge and strong cyclonic turbulence of raw energy. So great and terrible was the tempestuous storm of crude energies that even the Tao masters from both sides of the battle panicked and retreated at once. It was only when the storm had ended did anyone dare to venture a slight peek. But the quick peek rendered everyone stunned. The great and majestic royal palace was no more. What remained at where it stood before was but a wide and frightening pit, which depths extended far into the unknown reaches of the darkness. The site where the entire royal city had once stood had been reduced into a bottomless abyss. Deep at the bottom of the pit, there was nothing but ruins and rubble. Stunning. The same sensation of amazement and awe crept into the hearts of everyone present. Suddenly, a jet of blood-red stream shot from the bottom of the pit. One could hardly miss the vestiges of life in it, albeit panic and hysterical, as the blood-red jet escaped from the pit and flew towards the encampment of the Xia clan. The blood-red stream fell into a blob of bloody mass beside Xia Tao before it formed into the figure of a person. The person has hair of snowy white, despite having a few remaining grue and silvery hairs which were once testament of his youth and vigor. His face turned gnarled and wrinkled as if the long years his toil and torments of life have caught up with him. His dry and rumpled skin was drenched in blood. But most disheartening of all was his aura. It was feeble, and pitiful. So feeble that it was not even the strength of a Tao master. These were the signs of one who had death looming over him. But everyone around him was gripped by fear and horror, for they had identified him. Xia Yong, the ancestor of the Xia clan, the greatest warrior of the entire Xia clan. Ancestor! The host of warriors of the Xia clan were startled and angered at the wretched state rendered to their ancestor, Xia Yong. Xia Yong had always remained as a legend even amongst the folk of their kin, a legend who had always been unbeatable and indomitable against foes of any kind. Even the Tang Empire of the East, during their golden age where the 4 great emperors reigned as one, had to fear their influence and might due to the dominance of their ancestor, Xia Yong. Yet, who would have expected that the living legend of the Xia clan had been battered to such insignificance? The foe whom their ancestor was fighting against was but a mere warrior of the eternal realm. How did a warrior of the eternal realm pummel a holy master into such a wreck? How was this even possible? It was the very same questions looming in the minds of everyone present. Xia Yong's face was flushed with a burning red shade that he looked as if he could almost bleed from his face. His hateful stare remained transfixed upon the center of the huge pit from whence he emerged. A figure appeared from the depths. That was a lumbering giant, towering at more than tens of meters tall. His skin glazed with a golden blush, and underneath his feet was a worm beast more than hundreds of meters long with countless tendrils that exuded a powerful and staggering presence. That mongrel pup, to think that I have nearly fallen by his hands! Xia Yong clenched his fists tightly with hatred as his eyes burned with rage. Standing over the gargantuan trunk of Gu King, the resentment that filled Jian Wushuang had barely diminished. Embers of anger still burned in his golden eyes, which were trained at Xia Yong's direction. That stroke earlier did not kill him. Jian Wushuang thought bitterly. That must be a quaint and unique technique that he used to save himself. But it must surely have come at a terrible price. Look at him. Look at how weakened he is now. He will never regain his power, not in tens of thousands of years or even longer. Gu King's voice rumbled in his mind. The greater one was the harder one fell, and it would be harder still for that one to climb back up. This was like King Gutong, who had been seriously injured and his power diminished. For many years he had been trying to regain his strength as he chose to remain only within the confines of the stronghold of the ancient sect. But for so long he had merely regained 1/10 of his former strength. Xia Yong must die. Jian Wushuang's eyes flared with contempt and hate, but he had only begun to move when his body shook and convulsed suddenly with pain. He vomited a huge mouthful of blood as a strong, stabbing agony rose from the deepest parts of his body. This is madness, Jian Wushuang. The Gu King warned frantically. The essence blood of King Luozhen is a most potent substance that bestows upon you powers way beyond that of yours for a short duration. But the price that follows its use is hardly one that you can easily bear. Look at you now. You are at your limits. There is no way you can continue fighting. Retreat for now. Never. Jian Wushuang howled with anger, his eyes gleaming in red. Much of his consciousness and sanity have left him, eroded by immeasurable bloodthirstiness and rage. This ends today. I will slay Xia Yong and completely decimate the entire Xia clan, even if it costs my life. This is for Lung Rushuang. There was nothing but steely resolve in his voice that thundered across the land. With all the consciousness and strength he could muster, he set his aims for the essence blood of King Luozhen. He intended to consume more essence blood to further enhance himself. Don't be rash, Jian Wushuang. Calm yourself. Your lover, she is still alive. Jian Wushuang froze instantly where he stood, as the Gu King's frantic pleas reverberated continuously in his mind. Chapter 952. Refuse to yield. Chapter 952. Refuse to yield. Alive. Jian Wushuang froze with disbelief. She is still alive. See for yourself. Gu King cried at him. His gaze turned instinctively towards Lung Rushuang, who was gliding in the air not far away. In her white flowing robes badly stained by blood, Lung Rushuang floated in the air silently. Layers of energy barriers encompassed around her. They were cast by Jian Wushuang during his battle with Xia Yong to prevent her from being struck by their blows. But now that Jian Wushuang could look closely at her, he found that she was still alive. Despite her frail and severely fragile aura, it was clear that she was hardly in mortal danger. She is really alive? A manic joy gleamed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Humph! She is the great, primordial sinner. Never will she perish so easily, but she would be if you intend to dawdle any longer. Gu King smirked, slightly peeved. Jian Wushuang calmed himself. Lung Rushuang's well-being would take precedence for now. The matter of Xia Yong would have to wait. He flew to Lung Rushuang and cradled her in his arms. Into her body, Gu King. Heal her now, Jian Wushuang urged. The healing abilities of a plenilune could restore the heal of not only itself and its host, but others as well. It was during his time with the ancient god clan when the clansman had allowed a plenilune to enter his body and heal him. Into her? Nay, I may be willing to heal any other save for her. She is the great primordial sinner. She bears the burden of heavy sacrilege. I might perish if I were to possess her. Gu King explained exasperatedly before he continued. Fret not. She will not die as long as I am present. This made Jian Wushuang felt better as he nodded wordlessly. He looked towards his senior brother, Xue Lingtian. Xue Lingtian had earlier been injured when he had tried to help Jian Wushuang. But still his wounds were hardly serious, for he was already back on his feet to begin healing himself. All is well. Senior brother is safe. Jian Wushuang exhaled in relief. He would be blaming himself for eternity if Lung Rushuang and his senior brother were to have given their lives for him. Jian Wushuang then turned and looked around the chaos surrounding him. At some distance away from him, King Gutong was still fighting ferociously against the national master that none could tell who was gaining the upper hand. But the battle waging around them was reaching its conclusion. The factions led by Emperor Lung and the Xia clan had assumed that victory would be theirs since Xia Yong had joined the battle. But never had they expected that the great and powerful Xia Yong would have fallen so ignominiously in the hands of Jian Wushuang, a mere warrior of the Eternal Realm. Instead, the tide of battle had tipped against their favor, with only Emperor Lung, Xia Tao, Xia Ming, and few other warriors holding their front line. Still, defeat seemed inevitable. How could this be? Why is the situation so dire? This is impossible. The eyes of Emperor Lung burned red, as all vestiges of composure had all but left her. Her eyes studied frantically the battle raging around her as she fought, but she could hardly suppress the dread and anxiety rising in her mind. The shame was simply impossible for her to stomach. For many years, I have prepared and planned only for this moment. I simply refuse to be thwarted here. Never. I refuse to yield to this Emperor Shao. National Master, National Master. Emperor Lung howled maniacally suddenly, a shrilling cry that resounded so greatly that everyone stopped in their tracks to look at her. Farthest away, King Gutong was still exchanging blows furiously against the soothsayer. As a 7-star imperial god, King Gutong still wielded powerful strength of his own, even if his power was but a mere fraction of what it was before. Moreover, King Gutong had a plethora of ancient god secret skills at his disposal, which made him an extraordinarily dangerous foe. The soothsayer was hardly a match for one so powerful and dangerous like King Gutong, but he had the blood-killing plate armor which had given him an edge against his opponent. The overall strength of them both were so great that they had exceeded the levels of Tao Master. Their battle was equally gritting and fierce that not even Jian Wushuang's defeat of Xia Yong could match its intensity and brutality. No one dared to approach them for fear of being caught between their blows that a ring of desolation and barrenness spanning thousands of kilometers surrounded them. The wailing shrieks of Emperor Lung reached to them, rousing the soothsayer from his bloodlust frenzy. Xia Yong had lost to a young pup. Hopeless filth. The soothsayer cursed from his heart. In a fleeting moment of consciousness, King Gutong stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. The ends of his lips curled into an encouraging smile. This fledgling has done well indeed. To think that he bears the imperial bloodline as well. Think of something, National Master. We cannot lose. Emperor Lung's frantic cries resounded from afar once more. Think of something. The soothsayer turned dismal and sullen as he raked his mind for solutions in the midst of the savage duel against his foe. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled and he sent a silent message via telepathy to Emperor Lung. Quick, activate the formation. The formation? Now. The Emperor stammered with doubt. But I am not ready. We can afford to wait no more. You will still be able to regain some advantage, even if you are not ready. Otherwise, all is lost and all our efforts will be for naught. The soothsayer urged and screamed, "No more doubts! Quick!" Emperor Lung could only frown with a throbbing anxiety. A strong and stout woman who had endured countless trials and tribulations to seize power as an empress of a strong empire. She was hardly an indecisive and tentative person. With a few calculations, she swiftly came to a decision. "Very well, I will activate the formation now." Emperor Lung responded to him telepathically. "It should be so." The soothsayer replied approvingly with a wicked grin. At the other side of the battlefield, Emperor Lung was still defending herself against the unforgiving blows of Emperor Shao. She leaped backward and fled, stopping halfway in midair after flying for some time. "Are you ready, Xia Yong?" Emperor Lung shot a glance at the pale and crippled Xia Yong. From behind the backs of his kinsmen, protecting him, Xia Yong heard the call of the Empress. His lips twitched with anticipation. "Is it time finally?" Xia Yong's expression turned dark and cruel. His eyes sparkled with apprehension. "I may be weakened and the preparations are not yet complete, but I do not think we can wait any longer. We must strike now. Begin the sequence." Xia Yong responded her call, and his body began to convulse violently. High above in the air, Emperor Lung's face became intense as many Dao masters around her had their sights set upon her. With a flick of her wrist, a golden token appeared in her hand. A strange and unusual aura permeated from the token. Emperor Lung steeled herself with renewed resolve. With her teeth gritted, she crushed the token in her hand. Chapter 953. The 36 Diabolic Pillars. Chapter 953. The 36 Diabolic Pillars. As soon as the jade token crumbled into pieces, a huge wave of energy rippled from within it, rolling furiously into all directions. The Dao Master warriors of Emperor Zhao's forces could not help but feel a foreboding dread. But Emperor Lung and Xia Yong instead wore an expression of maniacal delirium. Far away from them, the soothsayer could hardly suppress a malicious smile. His eyes burned with bloodthirsty craving. The 3060 prefectures of the Tang Empire of the East. This was the Inyong Prefecture, one of the 36 prefectures. Situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the site of the battle at the imperial city, the Inyong Prefecture was peaceful and silent. Even the governor of the prefecture, despite having received word of the battle waging in the imperial city, had no intentions of dipping his finger into the murky waters by aligning himself with Emperor Lung or Emperor Shao. Yet despite the tranquil peace, suddenly, buzz! The grounds of the Inyong Prefecture began to shake violently. What is happening? What is going on? There has been word of a huge battle taking place in the imperial city. Could it be that the scourge of war has reached us? Terrified cries and shouts resounded across the cities in the Inyong Prefecture. Panic and chaos were everywhere, yet none knew what was happening. Even the governor of the prefecture himself was bewildered and shocked. But the strongest tremor took place in a huge castle in the middle of the Inyong Prefecture. Cracks began to form on the ground at the centermost part of the castle as if something was burrowing from the ground, fighting to see the light of day. It did not take long for the unknown item to show itself, protruding from the broken earth. It was a stone column, fully black in color with numerous mystic engravings and runic scripts adorning its structure. The black obsidian monolith radiated an ancient and yet evil aura. It was so huge that it almost took up 1/10 of the entire breadth of the castle grounds. After rising sharply from the ground, it kept rising at an incredible speed, and finally stopped till it rose to tens of thousands of feet high. Towering at tens of thousands of feet high, the huge, elaborately decorated obelisk stood silently at the center of the castle grounds. Its sudden emergence from underground attracted many bystanders and warriors who were defending the castle. In the midst of their confusion, it sparkled dangerously. The flash of gray light began to enlarge and stretch further and further, that the eerie luminescence engulfed the entire castle. But its hunger was hardly satiated as the evil brightness began to lengthen its reach farther and farther. Before long, the entire Anyong prefecture was bathed in the creepy and uncanny illumination. But the strange and eerie gray light did not stop its penchant for more fueling its growth to expand larger and larger. But it was not only in Anyong prefecture. Monolithic obsidian black obelisks began to sprout from the center of each and every prefecture of the 36 prefectures, all of which were similarly embellished with mystical engravings and runic scripts. 36 obelisks for all 3060 prefectures of the Tang Empire of the East. Each of the gargantuan stone columns released the same gray-colored illumination that expanded wider and wider with a voracious zeal. In the blink of an eye, the gray lights from each prefecture overlapped and swallowed the lands of the Tang Empire of the East whole. The multitudes of warriors in the 36 prefectures were shocked and startled as the gigantesque magical formation comprising of the huge blanketing lights came into shape. Bewildered and astonished, the warriors within the vicinity did not know the purpose of the magical formation. But their answers were swiftly answered as they found that the magical formation was, in fact, an incredibly huge barrier that cut off the entire Tang Empire of the East from the outside world. Those within the barrier could not leave the confines of the barrier, much less communicating with anyone outside. What is happening? Pandemonium swept the entire empire as hundreds of millions of martial practitioners and warriors fell into panic and disarray. As anticipated, the colossal barrier encompassing the empire had also included what was left of the imperial city. The sudden emergence of the gray, glimmering shrouds above their heads left many Dao masters of both sides of the battle stopped in their tracks to look above at the sky, perplexed and puzzled. But both Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin immediately grew alarmed and shocked. "You evil bitch! How dare you?" Emperor Shao roared, his eyes blazing angrily. "Ha ha ha ha! I have passed the point of no return. I will accept no defeat or failure." Emperor Lung hissed insidiously. "Blasted woman!" Emperor Shao exclaimed as he felt himself shuddering violently. Emperor Lung merely chuckled. Xia Yong had come over to her, standing right by her side. They stood together and looked into the sky, their eyes flickering with a deranged gleam. "Long have I labored to have the 36 diabolic pillars furnished and readied. Finally, it is time for me to reap the harvest," Emperor Lung said with a deep and distant look in her eyes that hemmed with no less frenzy. "Long have we waited. At long last," Xia Yong cried passionately. But around them across the battlefield, the horde of warriors and soldiers could not understand what was happening, until they saw a surging wave of golden aura rushing from the distant sky. That is luck. There is no mistaking it. That is luck. The luck and fortune of the empire which has accumulated for centuries. Flashes of alarmed horror splayed across the faces of each and every warrior across the entire battleground. Gu Qing's voice rang with anxiety suddenly in Jian Wushuang's mind. Could that be luck? Luck? What is luck? Jian Wushuang asked, confused and surprised. Luck is an ethereal substance that exists in this world. Gu Qing explained hastily. Each and every one of us bears a certain amount of luck. It is the volume of the amount that varies between each person. Those blessed with great luck will find themselves fortunate and bountiful in all their endeavors. More often than not, the opportunities they encounter will most likely be rewarding than detrimental, unlike those that have lesser luck. Your success in employing methods of inverse cultivation and the awakening of the ancient, godly bloodline, as well as the abundance of martial skills and treasures that have been showered upon you, are all due to your extraordinary luck. To a warrior, luck has an extremely powerful influence. Yet, in a much larger proportion, luck itself holds the key to the rise and fall of a nation or an empire. The luck and fortune of this empire accumulated and amassed for all the centuries it has endured, is way beyond your imagination. These people you are fighting against are vying for it. The luck of the Tang Empire? Was the betrothal arranged by Emperor Lung and the Xia clan, as well as the rift between her and Emperor Shao, part of this? A strife in pursuit of luck? But even with greater luck, she would at most endow herself with richer and more plentiful blessings? Is this even worth all the lives lost in battle? That is because you have yet to reach the level of Tao Master. Your current powers do not allow you the heightened acuteness to fully perceive the substance of luck. But when you are a Tao Master, especially who has reached the pinnacle of the Tao Master level, then you will know why. The Gu King remarked cryptically, Chapter 954, Life-Devouring Formation. Chapter 954, Life-Devouring Formation. To those peak Tao Masters, luck not only increases their chances of obtaining opportunities and treasures, but their strength as well. Moreover, they can even force their way through a bottleneck if they accumulate enough luck, Gu King said. These people ought to have made plenty of preparation before, using a special formation to gather all the luck of the Tang Kingdom of the East for their own use. The luck will bring them great advantages, while the Tang Kingdom will meet its demise. I understand now. Jian Wushuang nodded, a flitting across his face. No wonder Lord of Circus Island would accuse Emperor Lung of going against the peace of the world. No wonder Emperor Yin would choose to station here in Emperor Zhao's camp. It turned out that Emperor Lung had set her sights on the Tang Kingdom of the East. After all, a country who had lost all its luck would be a country waiting for its demise. Hovering in the void above, Emperor Shao and the others all appeared pale. Emperor of Tang had founded the Tang Kingdom of the East with a certain great skill, and in the many years after, they had always sought ways to expand and strengthen the kingdom. Yet, Emperor Lung had tried to rob the Tang Kingdom of its luck for her own benefit. Back then, Emperor Shao had broken off any friendship with Emperor Lung precisely because he had discovered the latter's treachery. Their relationship worsened to the point that a war broke out between them. You lowly bastard, how can you answer to your master after your actions today? Emperor Shao said with a snort. Humph, it's just a little bit of luck. Once I make a breakthrough, I'll find a way to reinvigorate the Tang Kingdom or just directly establish a better and stronger country, Emperor Lung replied coldly. The experts from Emperor Zhao's camp immediately flew into a rage after hearing his words. Even so, Emperor Lung could no longer worry about trivialities like these. She stared at the majestic luck that was piling up with a pair of crazed eyes. Out of nowhere. Emperor Lung frowned. That's Xia Yang's expression abruptly shifted. They detected a hint of a different sort of force within the flow of the majestic luck. Not only was this development beyond their expectations, but they also noticed how special this force was. No, this isn't right. Gu King's alarmed voice suddenly resounded. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. It's not just the luck of the Tang Kingdom. There's also a different kind of force. Since I can't see the force, I believe it's the natural power of all things in the universe. Moreover, there's a lot of it, too many of it. Gu King's voice carried a hint of shock. Natural power? Jian Wushuang was equally as stunned. He appeared familiar with this so-called natural power. Back when he just obtained the heavenly creation skill in the ancient world, he earned not only a technique, but a secret skill as well. It was the soul-devouring, secret skill. To him back then, the soul-devouring secret skill was a skill that defied the natural order. It was used to absorb the natural power of all things in the universe. He had depended on this skill to survive many perilous situations in the ancient world. Unfortunately, the skill lost a lot of its use to him after he arrived in the eternal world. Up in the void, Emperor Lung and Xia Yong had already noticed that something was off. The former immediately cried, National Master, what's happening? What's happening? Huh. You're only asking me now what's happening when the situation has come to this? Though there was a fire burning in the old soothsayer's eyes, he was wearing an evil smile. Emperor Lung, did you really think that the formation I prepared for you is one that gathers luck? Kiki, I'll tell you honestly that the formation I prepared is one unique to my blood-killing sect, the life-devouring formation. Life-devouring formation. Shock swept the many Dao masters on the battlefield. Even if most of them had no idea what the formation was capable of, they could tell just from the name alone that it would not be anything good. I understand it all. Gu Qing's voice reverberated in Jian Wushuang's heart. I did wonder why he would have the blood-killing plate armor. So he's a member of the blood-killing sect. Blood-killing sect. Jian Wushuang was confused. It's a nefarious sect that is a near-universal enemy. Each of its members is undoubtedly a great demon. They know many evil formations, and the soul-devouring formation is one of them, Gu Qing explained. The formation could forcefully refine all the natural power within its scope. It targets not only the natural power of the earth, it encompasses flora, fauna, and even humans. Everything that has vitality will be forcefully refined. If this formation has really enveloped the entire Tang Kingdom, then this is truly the end. The Tang Kingdom is over. There is not even the smallest room for struggle. Not only will the country be reduced into a dead land, but every cultivator within the scope of the formation will also die after being wrung dry. Jian Wushuang was startled. What are you saying? The entire Tang Kingdom will be reduced into a dead land? Everyone would be wrung dry. Don't doubt my words. The formation of the blood-killing sect is this evil. It doesn't take much for them to refine the energy of a soul kingdom, Gu Qing said. Jian Wushuang's face darkened significantly after hearing his words. Emperor Ling's face was incredibly warped. National Master, you lied to me? Kiki, I didn't lie to you. The formation can indeed gather all the luck of the Tang Kingdom, but that's not all that it will gather, the old soothsayer said with a manic laugh. Don't forget that there's a restriction that I left in your body. Aren't you worried that I'll trigger the restriction and kill you? Emperor Lung asked coldly. Restriction? Oh, I would have forgotten about it if you didn't remind me. I was heavily injured when I first met you. My strength was at its lowest, so bad that my blood-killing plate armor was in a fairly battered state. Back then, I was so weak that I could only run with my tails between my legs in a confrontation with an ordinary Dao master. Naturally, I needed an aide to help me find some natural treasures, as well as 99,999 newborns for my recovery. That was why I would especially look for you, the old soothsayer said, looking at Emperor Lung with a cold glint in his eyes. Emperor Lung was stupefied. 99,999 newborns. The many experts present looked at Emperor Lung in shocked anger. There was indeed a period of time many years ago where many newborns were kidnapped in the 36 prefectures of the Tang Kingdom of the East, which led to a great commotion. The Tang royal family had personally investigated the matter, but ultimately found no clues. Later on, fewer and fewer cases of kidnapped newborns cropped up until it eventually disappeared. No one knew what became of the incident. It was only now that they discovered that Emperor Lung was behind the many cases of kidnapped babies. Chapter 955, Führer. Chapter 955, Führer. When I contacted you, the Tang of the East has just undergone a great change. Emperor Qi died and Emperor Yun disappeared without a trace, leaving only you and Emperor Shao. Internally, the Xia clan was suffering hardship. Externally, the three main countries were suppressing the kingdom. The kingdom was already in jeopardy, but coupled with the fact that you had been harboring wild ambitions all along. You didn't reject my offer, the old soothsayer said with a laugh. Of course, I needed to leave some of my weaknesses in your hands to gain your full trust. That was why I allowed you to plant restriction in me. In the beginning, your restriction impacted me severely when I was still weak. It was to the point that I didn't dare to go against your orders out of fear that you'd kill me in a moment of unhappiness. When Emperor Shao had a fallout with you after noticing you were stealing the luck of the Tang Kingdom, I obeyed your order to deal with him. You became the sole ruler of the Tang Kingdom after Emperor Shao was chased off. The subsequent affairs were exactly like what I have told you. You helped me gather a large number of treasures to aid my recovery and used your influence to rope the Xia clan in. Together with the Xia clan, you planted 36 diabolic pillars in the 36 prefectures of the kingdom. Once everything was ready, and you too have prepared well enough, you triggered the formation. Everything went according to plan. The only thing is that I didn't expect we would trigger the formation in advance due to this recruitment assembly. However, it doesn't affect my plan much. Kiki, you can try activating the restriction you planted in me. See what will happen, the old soothsayer said, chortling coldly. Emperor Lung turned purple in the face. Without hesitation, she activated the restriction she had placed in the old soothsayer's body. Even though she had clearly activated the restriction, the old soothsayer remained standing in place and showed no signs of being affected. How is this possible? Emperor Lung was in deep disbelief. The hearts of the people around her sank to the pits of their stomachs when they saw this. Fool! This woman is really a fool. Gu King scolded on and on. She's a Tao master who hasn't even become a holy master, yet she dares to make a deal and cooperate with a member of the blood-killing sect. She even personally helped him lay down the soul-devouring formation. No wonder her daughter would be born a great sinner. Foolish. She's foolish to the extreme. She's absolutely the most foolish woman I've ever seen. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as he heard Gu King's rant, his gaze steely. Gu King had previously told him that Lung Rushuang was a primordial great sinner, but it was only now that he understood what exactly a great sinner was. Emperor Lung had evidently gone behind Emperor Zhao's back to lay down the soul-devouring formation and kidnap the many newborns for that national master before giving birth to, or while still pregnant with Lung Rushuang. Lung Rushuang had only her mother to blame for being born a great sinner. Ironically, her mother was no more than a manipulated chess piece that reaped no benefit in the end. Bastard! You bastard! Dao Yuanzi, I'm going to kill you! Emperor Lung emitted a furious roar, a sound that shook the world. Her trembling body emanated waves of boundless killing intent. Kill me? Just based on your power alone? The old soothsayer glanced at Emperor Lung in disdain. Dao Yuanzi, that Emperor Lung had referred to, was his real name. Humph! The soul-devouring formation has been activated, and I'm its master. Who's qualified to kill me? Dao Yuanzi snorted. Vitality Qi gushed madly toward him and poured into him at a maddening speed. The dense vitality Qi formed a large, indestructible defensive cover over him in a flash. Underneath the cover, Dao Yuanzi let out a loud, wicked laugh. He then began to frantically absorb the vitality Qi. Following the incessant inflow of the vitality Qi into Dao Yuanzi's body, his already terrifying aura began to expand at an alarming speed. Simultaneously, the Tang of the East began to rapidly wither. Many of the flora and fauna of the kingdom also met their demise. Whether it was the many Tao masters on the battlefield or the countless martial artists who had retreated near the imperial palace, all of them could feel the vitality Qi pouring out of them. Even though the outflow could not be considered as fast, it was not slow either. If they allowed their vitality Qi to continue flow out of them at this speed, it would take no more than 2 days for them to be wrung dry. The Tao masters would not be able to last any longer either. This scene gave rise to shock and fury in everyone present. The spectating experts had sat firmly on the fence while watching the battle between both armies. However, Dao Yuanzi's actions now directly threaten their survival. Naturally, they would be infuriated. Dao Yuanzi. Suddenly, someone snorted. The one who spoke was a master who originated from the Void Temple, as was Shui Lingtian. What do you think you're doing? Hurry and stop your actions. If my temple master finds out, he'd definitely kill you. The gray-haired old man's voice was icy cold. Your temple master? Kiki, you must be referring to that master of Void Temple. Dao Yuanzi was still wearing a carefree smile. The master of Void Temple is strong, but he's likely no match for me. Don't you forget that you're all standing inside the soul-devouring formation. There's no way you can get your message out. How can the master of Void Temple know what's going on here? Moreover, even if he knows and really makes it here, what can he do? This formation is indestructible. Never mind a mere master of Void Temple. There's nothing that can be done to this formation, even if there are 2 palace masters here. Once I'm done refining all the natural power of the Tang Kingdom and forging the blood cessation demon body, who in this realm can stop me? Dao Yuanzi laughed maniacally, appearing not to regard the master of Void Temple as a worthy opponent. Damn it! The gray-haired old man was terribly angered, but there was nothing that he could do about his situation. Is this the soul-devouring formation of the blood-killing sect? The steely-eyed Gutong spoke in an honest and ancient sort of voice. The quadrangular star between his brows emanated a dazzling ray of light,